Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is Yarmouth Board of Selectmen meeting of March 15th. We're meeting tonight at 5:30 at Yarmouth Town Hall on Route 28 in South Yarmouth. This is a hybrid meeting, which means that we'll be conducting our business both in person and allowing people to participate through online. So I need to read this notice, which is to say this is to formally advise that as required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on June 16th, 2021. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will be holding public meeting on Tuesday, March 15th at 5:30 in the hearing room at Yarmouth Town Hall. The public is welcome to attend either in person or through the alternative public process that we have outlined on our agenda and on our website, www.yarmouth.ma.us. So without any further ado, I'm going to ask everyone to join us in a Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
to the republic
for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item on the agenda tonight is public comment, and I'm going to recognize, yes, sir.
John Costa, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll be brief.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Wittenauer, I hope I pronounced your name right. My name is Don Costa, resident of West Yarmouth. Been in town for 25 years, kind of like living here. One of the things, I am a member of AMBET's Post 333, and we have been working on the dedication of the bridge on Station Ave, and I will go back in time. 2 years ago, I came before the board. Mrs. Post was there, Mr. Forrest, and Mr. Stone, I believe. And we were advised that we needed to seek out, we thought it might be town property, but it wasn't. We had to go through the state. We got in touch with our state rep, Tim Whalen, and we met Joyce and I. Joyce is the gal who's our adjutant in our post, has been working alongside with me since day one. And we met Mr. Whalen right in this very room. We presented what we were going to do, and he had us, he was going to file a bill in regards, just as how it had to be. So we put some things together and sent it up in his communications back and forth. Fortunately, Joyce was more adept at a computer than I was, and would still be doing it if it was up to me. So Tim put in the form of a bill. He filed a bill. This was just at about the same time when the COVID situation hit. So the bill sat for, it's 2 years now. Now, who was this bridge dedicated? If you go out on this sign out there, Corporal Ori Sampson, United States Army, who grew up in Yarmouth Port, his sister still lives there. Corporal Sampson was deemed missing in action in 14 October 1952, the Battle of Triangle Hill, and remains not to be found, never to be found. So we thought it might be a nice thing. He was a son of the town. So we arranged it, and the bill finally did pass just recently. And we had asked him if we could at least maybe get the signs put up. Now, the official dedication is going to be sometime in possibly around Memorial Day. The state is going to be running, the state is going to help us out. They're going to provide a sound system, a tent. They're going to make up the flyers and things like that. And there'll be some quote unquote dignitaries here, I'm sure, for that. So so the signs are there. And because people have been asking me, what's up with the bridge? Is there going to be a dedication? There will be an official dedication, like I said, sometime in June. Date and time to be determined by, not us, but by the state. So regarding the sign, I'll have to get to that, I guess. Regarding the sign is very limited to what we could put on the sign. It's Corporal Sampson, United States Army Memorial Bridge. So what we are going to do, when I speak of we, or the post will be doing this hopefully we'd like to put a sign down at the little kiosk area down at the very entrance to the bike trail so that people will know who Corporal Sampson really is and what he did. So we had to get permission, not from the state, but the Department of Recreation in the state. So how do we go about doing that? Well, I happened to be down there today, just took a ride through, and there was a gentleman picking up litter, and he had a DCR t-shirt on. It says, he didn't, I said, how do we go about, who do we get in touch with? Well, you can reach his boss, who I will call tomorrow, who was the head of this organization, not an organization, whatever you want to call it, and he is right in Nickerson State Park. So we have to we don't want to get a sign made up until we can find out we can put it on their property. We'd be trespassing. We don't want to get in trouble with the state by putting a sign. But we want a nice sign to say what happened, the Battle of Triangle Hill and things like that. So people would know who Corporal Sampson is. And we could do that and right at the head of the bike trail, a nice sign. We would have it, it would have to be approved by the state so that people can read it and say, oh, this is who it's about. So that's about that. And trying to be brief here. Veterans Day. I like one more thing. 10 years ago, the Post dedicated we built the memorial down at Packer Lane. Instead, the town didn't have anything to do. We did all the work with the stone and the flagpole and all the stuff. We built that memorial. We had an official dedication 10 years ago. And in years since, we used to have some really nice Veterans Day services. We would start over at Merrill Park and march across the bridge under protection of Yarmouth and Dennis Police Departments and things like that. But as years went on, veterans organizations getting smaller. Yarmouth Legion Post had to turn in their charter. They didn't have enough people to run it. Same thing with Dennis. So the veteran services sort of dwindled down. Our post is very much involved in the Field of Honor over in Dennis. I imagine a lot of people might have gone there. It's been going on for years. We just don't have the manpower or the resources to run two services. And the last couple of services, I'll admit, and I'll take full responsibility, didn't work out because of lack of decent sound system and everything. So we've decided, I have pretty much so decided that we're not to try to run a service at Packet Landing anymore, Veterans Day. We will use all our resources and time for the Field of Honor over in Dennis. And hopefully, there was a couple local veterans that decided to go in and do something that was great. And so hopefully they can keep that up. We still maintain the park, not the park itself, the stone. We cut the grasses back in the fall. We maintain the flags, clean it up and do whatever we have to do. And so that being said, I'm on my way. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Any thoughts, questions? I'm sure the town will be notified. We will notify when the official dedication is going to be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Carry on. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Morris.
Vita Morris. I can't tell you how upset I was 2 weeks ago over the discussion of the town council matter. I could not believe what was going on, and that the troika, the bookends and the center here have, I guess, decided that they were going to do what they were going to do. So I'm going to try, and one more time, explain about certain things that have to do with the preferred law firm of theirs, the Koppelman law firm, known as KP, I guess, these days. You may remember that when the school building matter came up, there was some dissension between the two towns, and Yarmouth ended up suing the school district and the town of Dennis. Eventually, when they dropped their suit, a group of taxpayers picked it up and instituted a new lawsuit, which was against the school district only. The two towns were only peripheral. Now, as I understand it, basic rule is that when a suit is filed and you are the defendant in it, you have to watch whether or not you're going to be served. If you're not served, you do not have to respond to that lawsuit. And what happened was that the current town council for Yarmouth advised the Board of Selectmen exactly to that matter, and they said, he told them to sit tight, do not respond, and do not start incurring any fees with regard to that. The Koppelman firm, apparently, who are the counsel for the town of Dennis and have been for some time, apparently advised the town of Dennis to respond, jump in there and respond. And we were most, those of us who were instituted the lawsuit, were most surprised when several days after filing the lawsuit, we got a response from the town of Dennis. When they weren't even being sued directly, it was only the school district. And the school district hadn't responded at that point. And we were saying, well, what's going on here? You know, why are they doing it? Now, if the basic rule is you do not respond unless you have been served, because but once the lawsuit, the response came, the fee clock kicked in and ended up, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with about $50,000 in the end. But the thing is, it's very interesting that I wonder if it was the Koppelman firm also that advised somebody in Dennis to try and see if they could recoup that fee from the town of Yarmouth, which at that point, I mean, Dennis was still owing the town of Yarmouth money that was due for the feasibility study for that school building. And they thought that they could just deduct it, but I think some wiser minds prevailed and they kind of dropped that whole idea. But I just don't understand how the three selectmen here can say that this law firm is absolutely the top of the line. There's nothing that can touch them. They're top of the line. They did acknowledge that it probably would cost us more, and we don't know how much more if they were to be hired. But what I don't understand is how they cannot see the conflicts of interest inherent in here. I mean, just all over the place, it seems to me. And okay, this is past history. What about in the future? What if we have a situation where there's something that comes up, some issue with the school district, and the two towns end up on different ends of the spectrum with regard to that matter? What happens when we have the same council? What's going on here? Can't you understand that this is an impossible situation and just constantly fraught with conflicts of interest? It's beyond me that could have gone on the way it did. Now I'm going to segue along these lines into what apparently is a situation that you have found yourself in, Mark. Many people thought you were overstepping your bounds when you ran for the two positions that you now have. And apparently something has come up already. And I don't know, but you want to explain what's going on? But am I correct in saying that the matter may be before the Ethics Commission?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into detail
Okay,
right now
all right.
about it, but I'm happy to speak to you afterwards. And
No,
explain it.
that's all right, because I just hope that you will.
And I'll find an appropriate time to explain it to others as well.
Okay. But I think I hope that you are coming to the conclusion that you cannot take up several seats with one derriere. But I think the decent thing for you to do would be to resign from one of those positions, because I think otherwise you're going to find yourself in front of the Ethics Commission in perpetuity. And in fact, some of us are going to watch very carefully what happens with this town council unless you guys drop it and consider our, options, including the Ethics Commission.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the board for public comments? Yes, sir.
Hi, Greg Bilizikian, 173 Route 6A in Yarmouthport. I'm back again because I really feel like I've caused kind of a mess in Yarmouthport in the downtown area with my business, and other business people are going to potentially lose some parking as a result of me having a successful business. So I'm just going to read my statement, but that's why I keep sort of pushing myself. And not, yes, it is selfish, but there are other businesses that will suffer. So the reason I'm here is because to repeat some information that the Yarmouth Chambers told me that Chief Deputy Lennon has stated that the parking restrictions recommended by the town planner, the DPW, and the police will be implemented without public influence. These restrictions, he said, are a result of one neighbor complaining each time a car parked in front of 173 Route 6A. And the historic use of the village is no longer the issue, but a matter of public safety. So, where's the data to back this up? Why does one person calling to complain about a successful business change the functionality of the whole community? The Cape Cod Commission study from 2017 does have some reasonable recommendations that could help in decision-making. Public safety is a priority. We are there every day. We operate a fun, vibrant business that's bringing life to the village of Yarmouthport. We are benefiting from the historic use of the village, on-street parking, the other businesses as well. The on-street parking is important to our success and the vibrancy of the village. The speed in the village on both sides of this, going both ways already exceeds with traffic, the speed limits. So if we take away the parking and there's just people bombing down the middle of Route 6A, public safety will become is still a concern. It's not going to go away by just removing the parking. So the reason I'm asking of you to help ensure this attempt at a public meeting on March 30th does occur, and that the meeting be an open environment for a successful outcome for the village, for the merchants, for the residents and the visitors. Thanks.
Greg, what was the date of that meeting?
March 30th.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comments? Is there anybody, Bob, can you tell if we have anybody raising a hand on the,
No one raising their hand. We might announce if there's any of our remote participants that would like to speak under public comment. Please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen.
I don't see anybody, do you? Okay. Well, then we can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a discussion regarding the District Improvement Financing District, otherwise referred to as DIF. And Mr. Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bill Scott, Assistant Town Administrator. This is an initial presentation. We probably want to go over it in more detail on the 29th because this is a draft document. We've been helped quite a bit by the people in the assessing department and in economic development department to put this together, and in GIS. Moving forward. Should know how to do this. Which button? You just give me the mouse. So there's two things that we would accomplish with the DIF. I mean, there are many more things that we would accomplish with the DIF. But the two we want to accomplish is, one, this is one of the wastewater projects funding sources. Two, this is an opportunity to increase the commercial tax levy to reduce the burden on residential properties. So when we look at how the investment cycle works with the DIF, private economic development funds wastewater through the DIF. Wastewater drives economic growth. Growth is used to fund wastewater. So funding for public projects, improved environment for private investment. The improved environment would be the wastewater project. The private investment occurs, increased assessed value, increased tax revenues, comes back to the funding. So essentially, it's a cycle where each component, the DIF itself, the means to collect and then to expend, to build the asset, facilitates the infrastructure, which facilitates the investment. Now, when we talk about the commercial levy, And this helping that, this is going to help economic development and commercial or private investment. You can see that we're about 91.27% in terms of residential by levy class. And then the other chart goes from 2012 to 2022 in this case. And that shows you it's pretty much flatline at a much lower level in terms of private investment or commercial investment. So really the slow decline in the commercial levy. And if we were to use a chart that goes back to 2002, you would see it as a decline. The lack of wastewater feeds that decline by stalling projects, and there's less opportunity to change a levy mix without wastewater. So a DIF through a town can establish a funding stream that links to economic development. It achieves a process by capturing the tax revenues or the increment by applying it then to the investment. Those tax revenues are the increased assessed values on the properties subsequent to when you set the base values or the increment. So the tax increment in new growth. So sometimes there's confusion that people think that it's going to take all the taxes away. It doesn't include the base. So as of the certain date, the approval of the DIF, we would use the values, and I'll show those on another slide, that all that tax, all that revenue before the DIF will go to the general fund. So in that chart, and this is from the DIF guidelines, so it doesn't apply directly to Yarmouth. There's the original assessed value of a parcel, which delivers 59,850 tax revenue. Then assessed value of the new growth, and I'll show you the definition of growth later, is 199,500. That is the amount of value that you can apply to the wastewater investment. Now, you don't have to apply 100%, and typically you don't. You'd apply a percentage related to what you want to use to pay off debt. So the tax increment now, originally when DIF started, there was a little bit of confusion on this, and this was quite a while ago. You cannot use market values and other increases that are unrelated to the new investment. So it has to be related to the new investment, and that has to be after the establishment of the DIF district. So key to that is the tax increment is essentially the value of new growth on that property, does not include increases resulting from inflation, revaluation, or market factors. So again, your base value is going to your general fund. Your new growth associated with those factors is going to your general fund. The only thing that's going to the DIF is the new investment. So the base values don't go to the general fund. This is, again, this is draft. So we finished up all the spreadsheets, and these are the values for the districts that are in the map. All that would go to the base, so that this is not the value that would be acquired by the DIF. And so what you're essentially doing at town meeting is locking up the district and the values in that district to then, as the new private investment occurs, you are moving that into the DIF based on the percentage that you set at the future town meeting. So directed new growth. So what about this cycle? What you do with that new value is you apply it to an infrastructure project. The DIF is broad in its ability to use it for certain things. We will be very narrow and comprehensive, sort of conservative as it relates to the use, but you can direct the stream of revenue from the incremental increase in values to sewer. Now, again, we're not doing that in this town meeting. All we're doing is basically setting the base values for the district, determining what parcels are in that district. At the next town meeting, you'll do the development program, the percentage allocation, and all those things once you have more finite numbers on the cost of the project. So don't we need that new growth? That new growth, there's a sort of a saying in public sector investment strategies as it relates to economic development. There is the if not for clause or the but for clause. If not for the DIF program, you wouldn't have funded the infrastructure that created the private investment, which then goes back into the DIF program. So as you've seen since 2012, and I have another chart since back to 2002, there hasn't been a lot of private investment. And we believe that is related to the lack of wastewater. You know, when we talk to people in the health department, there is a considerable cost to some of the commercial properties to sustain their on-site septic systems. So when we move forward with wastewater, we will see private investment as a result, which will then feed the DIF. If we don't move forward with it, it's unlikely you'll have that private investment, so you wouldn't have that new growth to capture. What are we approving at this stage? Just the district and its values in that district based on a parcel list that will be in the back of the document. That parcel list changed slightly. We added a few more parcels. So what you have is draft. We're establishing the area and the properties that will be used as for the basis for the revenue from the new growth. So we're not doing the development program, which is where we're going to spend the money and how we're going to spend the money, or the percentage allocation. It's just we're setting the district from which the DIF will be calculated. Does this plan, does this create a plan to spend money? No, it doesn't. That is in the development program. So development program is what projects will be implemented and how, including oversight and management. So that's your development program. That'll happen in not this coming town meeting, but the following town meeting. Are we requesting funding? No, this will not request funding at this town meeting. That again, and also you don't request funding through a DIF. The DIF is a vehicle through which funding would flow. If you needed to issue bonds and all those other approvals, that would go through the normal process. So the DIF doesn't empower a community to go to develop those bonds or get approvals for them. That is still the same process you would have. What's the difference between the development district and the invest in revenue district? So this is important as it relates to the map. The map has a green district and a lavender one, I believe. It might not have turned out that way on your presentation, the printed one. However, the IRD is the invested revenue district. It is where the areas or the parcels from which you would collect funding or the new increment. The development district is where you would spend it. Those things, two things can be coterminous. In the case of our approach, they are coterminous for the majority of the phase one project. Where they separate is we have a development district that is in areas where it doesn't make sense to collect revenue, like the Block Island Road parcel or single family properties along a street that represent a pipe to that parcel. We didn't put an IRD. So we're not collecting revenue from areas which wouldn't give us a lot of revenue because it's just managing not that much revenue and going through the process for the assessor. So we have two areas on our maps. The green area should be the IRD and DD coterminous. That is where you can collect the money, and then DD where you spend the money, and then DD separately in areas where you're coming up from Shore Drive and you just have a pipe that you need to cover. So you need to show in the development district where you are going to spend the money, where the capital goes. So sometimes a downtown will need a sewer project, and that sewer project is a wastewater expansion and it's far away from the downtown. In that case, you might do an IRD in the downtown to collect the new revenue, and a DD where the treatment plant work would occur. So they don't have to be in the same place. So explain the map. The green color, it represents the IRD and DD, where you can both collect and spend the funds. As it says, the lavender color, it represents a development district only. Again, it doesn't make sense for those runs down and up from Shore Drive, and then for the pipe run up to Buck Island Road to actually collect revenue where you're just running one pipe It's just, there's a process for that. So what we're looking at is just the green is where you both collect and spend. The lavender is where you would only spend. Why are the areas larger than phase one? We, with the help of the economic development coordinator, we looked at each parcel by parcel and looked for development potentials. So we went maybe parcels behind the parcels off of phase one to capture them in the event that development occurs. So the pipe can always go through a private parcel to another back lot. And we didn't want to miss that as growth occurs. So some of these include parcels which, if you take the phase one sewer map, is not on that. So if those were to grow or see private investment, then we would be able to capture that. So diff process, in this case, we're doing it in 2 steps, and it's common to do it in 2 steps. Cities usually would do it in 1 because they would have multiple city council meetings to handle this. In towns, it's best to do it in 2 because you set the increment, then you go through this type of process, which is spring town meeting. We would set the increment in the areas. We would conduct analysis on private investments for the entire corridor to determine where the opportunities are for that new increment. Then work with property owners with that analysis, establish a development program, and that would be the public investment. So as we get a better idea of the treatment plant and the collection system costs and all that, that is the development program. What is the total cost for that program and what is the phasing? Determine the diff percentage as a function of the financing plan. And diffs usually are sort of that gap in the sense that you can raise or lower that percentage based on what you need in your financing plan. And it is not a new tax, so people aren't being taxed additionally, so it has less of an impact on property owners as a result. You're basically taking value out of the new growth and not actually adding a tax. So you determine the percentage, and there's 2 ways you can do that. You can do a straight line percentage. Some towns just say 25%, and that'll give me enough for a bond in these years because that increment's going to grow. So if you do a straight line at 25% in your later years, you're going to see 25% of more value. There's another way to do it is you determine what your borrowing costs are and what you want to earn, and you change your percentage based on what you believe the growth is over the years. So you could start out at 100% of a very low value, but 10 years into the diff, you might be down to, 20%. Near the end of the diff, you might be down to 5%. So that's a model I'm familiar with, that you just determine what your gap is in your financing plan and your note, and you set the percentage to earn that gap. So there is, in the development program and in the report, there is a considerable amount of charts and references to draft sections. What we prefer to do is show everybody the sections that will be in the second approval. That is, in the spring 2023 town meeting, seek approval for the development program and investment percentage. So those percentages aren't there, but the sections and how it works and how the funding flows is there. So you'll see draft sections in there, but it is for the edification and transparency to say, in the future, this is what you're going to see. So right now, you are establishing how much value do we have in this district and then locking it in. Then you're going to establish what percentage do we want to take out of that district in a new growth. Diffs usually don't kick in for a few years on a sewer project afterwards, obviously, because the challenge in a sewer project is people don't make the investment until they see the asset going to ground. So you're not going to see an increase. Using it for traffic per se, maybe a person isn't limited by traffic, so they can go through with their entire investment and the traffic can happen at the same time. It doesn't stop their investment. But the sewer, by virtue of you needing the connection to be able to make the investment, will sort of stagger or delay the real funding in the diff. So you might see it show up 4 years later in terms of your revenues, because they're not starting to do the new growth of the work directly after the wastewater approval. So that's it. If you have any questions, again, this is in 2 phases. The first phase is pretty straightforward. It is, here are the values in this district that we set the base. And again, back to that slide, we're not asking to capture that base. We're basically saying that will go to the general fund. It's everything above that.
Thanks, Bill.
And we want to probably hold a meeting of a more finite version of this on the 29th, just to be able to, any questions that come in, any questions the board might have, I can answer them and put some of that information in the document.
Well, let's go around to the board. I'll start down with Mr. Smith. Any comments, questions?
Bill, what does oversight and management mean? And also the second bullet point up there is conduct analysis of private investment.
So we went to the CEDC and they funded a sort of a market strategy for the corridor. And this is a very brief description of that. We want to establish an economic strategy for the corridor to determine what the growth potential is. So we will be doing that as soon as we hire the consultant, and by the time we reach the next town meeting, we'll have a better understanding. And in terms of the operation and maintenance, you can use DIF for those things. You can use it for engineering essentially while you're doing the project. You can use it for management of the project. So typically what I've seen is DIFs would hire the consultant to manage the implementation of the DIF for the first few years until the assessors are comfortable with it. So you can use it for that. And DIFs can do a whole lot of other things, create a fund for improvements in or near a downtown and our management of a downtown. But we're not going to do any of that. We're focusing this revenue on the wastewater project, and then any consulting services or things like that related to it. The key is you don't want to say that we're going to fund only the construction and you're trying to figure out how to pull the proportionate share of the DIF out of the debt that's associated with the engineering. So you want to allow the DIF to do everything all the other funding sources do. And again, that's why we're consuming as much area as we can. We don't want to miss a parcel that could grow.
So, and in the interim, you know, in the 2 or 3 years after the sewer project is in place, there's still debt service that needs to be done before anybody makes any investment. So that's on the taxpayer.
No, you wouldn't you can schedule a DIF to be sequenced so it'd be 0% in their first few years and not be part of the payment plan for the financing plan. So there's been talk about trying to front load the financing plan to cover the fact that both your user revenues, your DIF revenues, and your betterment revenues are some things that come on later. So there needs to be a sort of a gap financing when those things come on later. Betterment is similar to this, and well, it depends on how you structure it. User revenue is definitely related to that, that you won't see that until people actually start receiving the service. So you can delay the DIF, and that's part of your sequencing of the percentage. That's part of the plan moving forward. In the case of another DIF that I worked on, we used that beginning revenue when we knew that we were going to have a lot because the growth was happening slowly in the first few years as cash to pay for soft costs, engineering. So it was a revenue fund that we used for soft costs. Like we had a lot of MIPA permits in the project that I worked on. So my point regarding the DIF is a sewer project has that situation where the new investment isn't going to occur until they see the sewer project happening. So there's going to be, the DIF is in place next year, but you won't see a lot of revenue. So we want to use the DIF in the early stages of the debt to count on for the debt.
Okay.
Later on, it's quite helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Selectman Post.
Thanks, Bill. Great presentation. I have a lot of questions, but I'm trying to figure out how to formulate it. Maybe some of them might be best held for the 29th, but specific to that map, I Are there residential parcels in there?
Yeah, actually, the values are a good indication of what's in there. Those are the values commensurate with those districts.
So why are we adding, what's the thought process? So we want our commercial, basically what we're saying is we want our commercial district to be able to expand into those residential properties with redevelopment?
Now, a residential property could gain value by virtue of somebody adds a bedroom. It's not a lot. But at the same time, let's say you have 4 residential properties in a row and the developer realizes with sewer, I have a larger property next door, and they put it all together in one parcel. You won't be able to use those parcels if you don't include them on the list, even though so it's irrespective of the land use. You can collect diff on residential and commercial. In the past, when I've used it, there were 2 residential parcels next to a larger commercial parcel, and the commercial entity purchased those. By virtue of it being in a diff, we acquired the new growth.
I just think it's hard because you're giving certain rights basically to some parcels and others aren't. So then there's like an inequity that you're creating by proxy, not intentionally. It just happens that, so they're in the thing, we get the money for any investment in that property, but they also get the reinvestment back in terms of sewer. So my whole thought is that our diff plan should stick with our sequencing of our sewer sequencing.
Well, this is not let me get back to the map. This is just phase 1. So it does. And what the diff plan does is you probably won't use a diff moving into phase 2 and 3. And the reason for that is what this tries to do is cover the system-wide costs like the treatment plant, the trunk lines that are in 28 from which the other phases result. So the great thing about the diff is the diff you want to use on the portion of the project which feeds out into the rest of the project.
Right, which is why I think it should stick to phase 1. I mean, I'm concerned about the commercial properties being in there. I don't see the,
Except for a
you have to
few,
explain to me the benefit. I don't see it because you've got some people on one side of the street now that have a right that the people on the same side of the street with the same, they can't hook up to sewer, but they can. So it should stick with our phasing. That's.
we're not collecting anything from anybody.
No, but they can now hook up.
Right.
Well,
Well,
they're not in that phase of the sewer.
right.
So,
So we're not extending the phase either with this. The phase 1 sewer, the engineering maps and everything else done through DPW doesn't change. All we're trying to do is articulate where will we collect from and invest. And the reason why we go beyond in some cases is we might have rights away or other issues. We tried to acquire the properties where pumping stations were because we didn't want to miss
I
that.
see the purple and I understand the need for that because that's ultimately where the pipes have to go.
Right.
I get that. I guess I'm a little concerned with the residential in the green.
Yeah, I mean, the inequity would be is if that district without the diff paid for, including the residential, the majority of the treatment plant because you can't start collecting it until that's operational. So inherently the diff provides you with that gap to do system-wide improvements that you would have to have online before you go into phase 2.
Are there any other detriments from a state level for a parcel to be in a diff? Do they look at the parcel any different?
From the property owner's perspective, it does not affect the property owner at all. The taxes that they pay, if we go back to that growth table. So they're paying this original assessed value they're paying. This is what they would pay. All we would do with the diff is take a percentage of that. So they wouldn't even, they don't get a different bill. It would be seamless to them.
Okay. So I guess the 2 different strategies that we're going to look at are the percentage and then the gap in financing. Are both of those in perpetuity? So the gap in financing would just be to pay the debt, or how does that work? In the operation, is that forever?
Well, when I say diffs are used for gap, it's because you can raise and lower them in terms of the percentage. So If you find that your betterment numbers or other revenue sources are not providing you with that opportunity, you might raise the diff to compensate for that, because betterment is essentially an impact to a property owner. So we want to position the diff. Here's the revenue sources that we're aware of. Then we position the diff, then there's a betterment. So the diff tries to lower the cost to the betterment user by raising the diff cost, but that does affect your growth. It's adjustable in that sense. So when we use the diff, when I've used it before, we basically said we need about $240,000 a year to cover this note. And then the rest was MassWorks grants. It was $4.5 million of MassWorks grants and then $1.9 million of diff. So whatever we didn't get from MassWorks, the diff would have then covered.
And when you talk about betterment, I just want to make sure I understand it. You're talking about because the town is allocating, so to speak, these funds to this, to earmark it for this, we have more funding, so to speak, right, for the overall project that could lower a potential betterment, but there's no
Correct.
betterment that's funded
No,
from a
diff,
homeowner
right.
into the project.
No, the betterment has nothing to do with the diff, but
Right.
what you try to do is, when you sort of create those spreadsheets, those revenue streams that come in that are sort of automatic, some of the things that you're aware of in terms of hotel, motels and things like that, they are positioned up front because you know what the revenue stream is. And then the diff is positioned so it tries to, you can adjust it to try to lower the betterment or the impact on the
Okay.
homeowner.
Great. And I'm not sure if you've looked at some of the, I know you talked about a consultant doing an analysis of new growth. This was talked about years ago in our financing plan, and I know Rich Bienvenu did a really good job of projecting some of the new growth. I'm not sure if you had looked at that.
Yeah, the 2019, I think it was it 2019? I saw the report, and they were looking at using new growth as a function of annually going in and capturing the new growth. 40Q or the diff rather does that. So we're going to use that vehicle because it's already allowed by the mass laws.
You said
But-
40Q?
40Q, yeah. And I can send each of you the links, mass development. When I worked in Amesbury, I was one of the 4 communities that did the pilot program that wrote the guidelines for the state. So before the guidelines, it was a unique process.
I'm
So
sure.
the guidelines settled a lot of questions.
Okay.
And that template you see in front of you, the report, is a result of that.
So, but that's what the consultant's going to try to ascertain is what the potential is, so we
Correct.
know where to set the rate, what the total dollar we think we can investment that is going to come from the wastewater plant.
Correct. And typically what you do is you want to get a few projects in which you know are known quantities that they're going to move ahead, and then you do an assessment of those in terms of their revenue. So when I've done this before, we had 4 projects that would have accrued $120 million in new growth. And then therefore we only use those as a revenue estimate for the diff, and everything else was gravy, everything else in the district.
I think it's great. I think we have to, we have to do it. We have to invest in the wastewater to keep it off the tax rolls. And I think that this was our goal. We know that it will spur reinvestment, but I guess I'm just a little bit concerned about every new growth forever. So what does that really do to the town tax rate? We're really going to be stale.
Well, that's why when you do the percentage, if you use the declining one, that is, if you pick a number that is related to your debt, and in the beginning, you don't have a lot of growth. So in the last diff that I did, we were at 100%. The growth was only $100,000, and we weren't paying debt. We were paying engineering bills. When it did kick in, we were at about 40%. And then you go down over the 30 years, and we only went out 15. We were down to 10%. So as the diff moves through and as that growth happens and you're continually seeing additional revenue from that new growth, your percentage goes down. So at the back end, you're starting to see more of that going to the general fund.
So that's in the second option.
That's in the second option. And so a lot of towns would do a straight line, 25%. The problem with that is you're going to see a lot of revenue in the back end, and you're just going to be shipping off to general fund by vote. Better that you basically pick a number and say, this is what we need to accrue. Now, you can change that number any time. You go back to town meeting
Town
and
meeting.
change the development program.
That was my last question, was what does it take to change it? Perfect. Thank you very
Right.
much.
You're welcome.
Selectman Stone.
Thank you. I think there's one of two things that I could do here tonight. One is to listen attentively and torture myself, and the other one is I see Norm Holcomb's here, so I could probably just call him up before the town meeting. I'm sure he'd understand it. You talk about, you're getting to the point about the rate right at the end of Tracy's questioning, which was one of the main questions I had. How often can you adjust this rate? Can you do that annually? I can't imagine you would need to do that, but I mean, in theory, could you do that annually at each town meeting if you had to meet a certain dollar need?
You want to make sure your projections are sufficiently accurate so you don't have to do that to go up to grab the growth to pay a note. So you want to be conservative to the extent that you know you're going to have enough money, and be conservative to the extent that if you see growth based on that report, don't use all of it. Basically say, so when we estimated growth in a project that I did, we used a certain percentage of that.
Right.
So yes, you can go back every year. If you apply this later on, as your percentage goes down and more of that revenue is going to the general fund because you're getting more revenue, you can choose to use it in another phase if you want and move the development and create a new development district. Key to this is you can only comprise 25% of the land area in a town. So this doesn't come close to that. And there's a calculation in there on a table that shows you that. And the DIF is for 30 years. So from this point on, it will be for 30 years. So you might waste 4 in the beginning where you're not really collecting on it. So
So
then
you have to include those years, even those years that you're not collecting money from. So for example,
I can-
obviously there's not going to be any growth until there's some development. So let's say it's 3 to 5 years. So do those 3 to 5 dead years, so to speak, in terms of
get
revenue raising count toward the 30?
you're locked in at this year. I think the development program, you can basically set when the 30 years begin, but I will make sure that's why I want to hold this meeting. So these questions I can answer on the 29th. But I programmed it in the past. So once you come in for the first approval, it's 30. I don't think the DIF requires that. It's when you set the development program and percentage that it really starts at 30 years. But you're right. I mean, if you want to have 30 years of revenue, if you start your development program and you're not getting revenue up front, which you would anticipate, we could start the DIF so it starts in a fiscal year later after the DIF.
Which would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you believe you're going to acquire for revenue. In the case of the one that I've done before, we thought we were going to get enough and it happened more than we thought to pay a MIPA permit, which is like $400,000 worth of engineering. So we just took in the cash over those first 2 or 3 years. So it's based on that financing plan. And if you want to start it sooner to take in that to go to soft costs, you can do that. But you might want to schedule it so it just starts when the note starts.
Tracy raised an issue, and I'm not so sure that I'm clear on it after you and she were discussing it, and that is with residential properties within the DIF. My understanding is that this conceptually, what's going on here is you lock in the value of the current growth, then you look at the future growth, you multiply that times a percentage, and that's what you're going to be dedicating to whatever project areas that you identify, correct?
Correct.
So if there's a residential property in that district, it's still going to be taxed as a residential property, right?
Correct.
is there any danger that that property is going to be taxed other than it would have if it were not in that district?
No, it does not affect taxation at all, or land use, or levy in the sense of what you tax somebody. So to give you an example, I think we had that other table. That table is most likely, a commercial property. That could be a residential property where the original assessed value was $500,000. And their new growth, they added a dining room and a few other things, and they're at 800,000. So you can replace those numbers in that table with a residential growth. So it's not specifically to commercial. The advantage that we have, and this is a very big advantage to this project, you're starting in the commercial zone where you're going to get more potential revenue. If you were starting this in the residential zone, you would have an issue paying for those system-wide improvements like the treatment plant. So the commercial zone, by virtue of pulling that new investment out of it, allows you to cover things like the treatment plant and the system-wide costs, because that line down 28 is a trunk line of which, if you, and I don't, you would basically, you need that line to be bigger than possibly what the adjacent properties would need. So that is a system-wide improvement also. So the treatment plant and some of the items inside that phase 1 district are system-wide. So what the DIF does is collect that revenue to try to cover that. So you can perform the system-wide improvements. So you can't start sort of collecting the sewage and everything else until the treatment plant is online. So you can't wait till phase 5 to find a way to cover that. So the DIF allows you to do that. So you're very fortunate that the system begins in the commercial area.
With that increased property value, that's not going to kick in simply because there's access to a sewer line, is it? I mean, don't we have to actually wait for, the physical developments to happen?
Correct. And
therefore, a residential property that may be in proximity to the sewer line isn't going to suffer in that respect because they haven't done anything either, only they have access to the sewer line, correct?
yeah, key to this is it's not a new tax. If you were to basically,
I understand that.
So what we're not capturing the new growth from, reevaluations or market forces. All that's going to go to the general fund. So if by virtue of the sewer coming and that, that it's moving forward, you're going to see market increases on the corridor. None of that goes on into the DIF. So that's one of the inherent things about the DIF. I mean, if you could capture those market forces, the potential for the sewer line would increase the market values, which then could go to the DIF, but you can't. And that's why they did that, because as you're doing a new highway improvement, as you're doing the sewer water, it has to be new growth. It has to be the physical improvement and the value associated with that physical improvement.
Okay, so I guess the concern about the effect on residential property is probably misplaced then.
There is no impact on residential property because there is no additional tax. There's no additional impact. They pay the bill. And just like this, if you were to, again, this is $500,000, this is 800,000 respectively, these would change. They would pay the bill, and it's as if the check is walking down one hallway to the DIF and another hallway to the, to the general fund. After they pay the bill, all of this happens. And it's not a bill increase because of the DIF. And the advantage that they have is if you don't have a DIF, then your subsequent impact revenue, such as betterments and everything else, would be higher. This doesn't really hit the pocketbooks of people because you're just capturing that new growth and potentially lowers everything after that.
Can I
such as
just say one
betterments.
thing about that? I have a hard time
Sure.
believing. I know what you're getting at, and I understand what you're saying.
I'm not getting
on the one
anything.
side.
I'm just trying to
No,
understand the
but I have a
consistency of what
hard
he's
time
saying.
believing that when you have access to sewer, it doesn't increase your property value.
Oh, it will.
So how is that going to not going to have an impact on the resident who has
'Cause
now?
I don't think when the assessor goes out there and they're not connected to a sewer line, that's gonna make, I wouldn't think any difference to the assessor, because there's
I'd be
nothing
interested
being
in his
done.
opinion because
No,
I think
so I misconstrued your question. I thought it was related to the
Okay.
DIF. Yes, once you run that sewer line past property, inherently that property value is going to increase. And so if somebody wanted to sell that property that's on a commercial corridor and has sewer in front of it, there's a distinct advantage to those
Okay.
properties.
But they would have probably an option to hook into the sewer system, then,
Correct.
which would be an improvement.
And depending whether or not, we have structures in terms of sewer ordinances that require them, then there would be.
Right. I understand now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Quick question. Does this actually leverage or help leverage additional state and federal dollars?
Yes, DIFs are well favored upon. The project that I had mentioned, we acquired 4.5 million in Mass Works over 2 grants, and the DIF was a match. So what it did is, if I were to have gone into the city council and asked for 1.9 million to build a roadway system for a developer, I don't think I would have gotten a match. But if I put in a DIF for growth that had not yet occurred, then I got the match. So it helps a lot in grants, and the state looks favorably upon innovative financing.
In the example that you used, it sounded like it was a significant ratio in terms of the additional dollars raised and
Yeah.
matched by the diff.
Yeah, the diff in that case, we needed 1.9, but it was in phases. So we only needed part of that in the first phase. Then you can continue to accrue the revenue and then bank it and wait for the second phase.
Very good. I don't have any more questions. I guess we can save them all up for the 29th.
Correct. And
Okay.
you'll have a new version that will not be the draft, that will have all the parcels and everything else reconciled.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a public hearing and an alteration of premises. And I'm going to turn this portion of the hearing over to Selectman Stone.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
You gentlemen want to introduce yourselves for the record, please?
Yes, Jamie Vieira with Davenport Companies, on behalf of Blue Rock Golf Course.
I'm Christian Davenport here on behalf of Blue Rock Golf Course.
Okay. I'm going to read the legal ad into the record, and then we'll talk about your application for a license, I assume, for the golf course. You don't own the restaurant and motel anymore, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as a local licensing authority, has received an application from Blue Rock Club, Inc., doing business as Blue Rock Club, James Vieira, VP/Chief of Staff, 48 Todd Road, parentheses, golf course, close parentheses, South Yarmouth, for an alteration of premise to remove 39 Todd Road due to a change in hotel ownership from the current seasonal liquor license, and to change the license type from seasonal in-holder all alcoholic license to seasonal general on-premise all alcoholic license. Hearing will be held on Tuesday, March 15th, 2022, in the hearing room at the town offices, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Board of Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 Friday, March 11th, 2022, in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. Okay, so why don't you just tell us a little bit about the changes that were made and what your plans are, and what licenses you wish to be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, as you pointed out, as a result of our sale of the Red Jacket Resorts, there is a need to make an amendment, in fact, 3 amendments, to the license that was held by Blue Rock Inc. for both the golf course and for the resort. The existing license that expired in 21 had both properties on the same license. So as a result of our no longer owning the resort at 39 Todd Road, we are necessity having to remove that from this existing license. That falls under what the classification of as alteration of the premises. So we are simply removing all of the descriptions as relate to 39, but we are keeping all of the aspects as related to the golf course. So to be clear, we're really not altering anything with respect to the golf course. That is the description, the hours of service, the areas of service are all remaining absolutely the same as was in existence for all the years that the two properties were combined. So again, there is no alteration or change to the golf course whatsoever. We're merely removing a few sentences off of the license that described 39. We're asking to remove those portions that reference 39 Todd Road. Because we are no longer affiliated with the resort property, the nature of the license, which previously was a seasonal inn holder, all alcoholic, is no longer an inn holder, but is now required to be a general purpose license. So that is request number 2, to amend merely the name of the license from inn holder to general purpose. And then last but not least, we're requesting a change in the manager. Our candidate this evening to my left is Mr. Davenport. You have his criteria and materials, tips certification. I believe you have a notation of his completion of the meeting with Sergeant Hennessy going over all the rules and regulations regarding what is necessary to hold that position. So that is what we're asking for the renewal of this license. Happy to answer any questions that you may have and would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Do we have anybody in the public that wants to be heard on this matter? I don't see anybody. Let me just go through a couple of things in the interest of time. So the golf course, you're storing the alcohol at the clubhouse, is that correct? Because you did that even when you owned the motel and the restaurant in conjunction with the golf course, is that correct?
At the pro shop.
Okay, so that there's no change there. Are you familiar with, oh, no, strike that. How long have you operated serving alcohol on the golf course? How long have you been doing that?
It's the 50s. I mean, since they opened.
Really, that far back? You've always been licensed to serve alcohol on the golf course?
As far back as I know.
Yeah, I know that the reason I'm asking you, I know there's been no incidents at all, but are you aware? I ran across in preparation for this hearing, there's an advisory that the ABCC has out on licensing golf courses. It's kind of old. It goes back to 2009, but it has some interesting, and again, I don't know how much stock they place in it now, whether it's been updated or not. I didn't see any updates, but just as a heads up, a couple things that they address in the advisory is that alcohol cannot be possessed on public ways between holes and things like that. At each crossing, there should be a no alcoholic beverage permitted beyond this point sign. These are things that the ABCC saying, and who knows? I mean, if there's a hearing down the road, I think you want to be aware of those things. And no more than 2 drinks can be sold or delivered to any one patron.
Correct.
And again, signs, it says the applicant must post signs stating no alcoholic beverages permitted beyond this point at appropriate locations bordering the course in a conspicuous place where these signs can be easily read. And patrons cannot take the alcoholic beverages off the premises or into the parking lot, because that would be a violation of the license. And then they talk about the obvious things of any alcohol license, serving intoxicated persons and things like that. But you might want to look at that advisory. Again, it's a bit dated, but they still have it on their website. So I assume as far as the ABCC is concerned, that's the recommended practice.
We do have that signage on site. the no alcohol past this point with a couple intersections where you could go out to a private.
Yeah, I'm very, very familiar with that location. I don't live too far from there, and I walked through there many, many times, and it's quite unique because it's, even with the restaurant and the motel, it's really in a residential area. It's kind of far away from the kind of tourist venue of the south side of the Cape, and it's, historically has been very connected with that golf course, so. Okay, so does anybody on the board have any questions? We'll go with Peter.
I know you served alcohol in the 50s. My grandmother used to go there, and I know she had a couple. I've got no problems. You guys have always run a very professional outfit, and Mr. Davenport, I'm fully in favor of the license changes.
Tracy,
No questions.
Mark. I have no questions. We have a motion to close the
Close
public
public
hearing.
hearing.
Tracy, it makes the motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right.
I make a motion, we approve the application as presented.
Second.
All right, that covers it all, I guess. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing regarding construction and demolition fees and mattresses and tire fees. This is the first of two public hearings. Let me read into the record the notice of the hearing. Notice is hereby given that two public hearings will be held at the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen meeting, 6 p.m. Yarmouth Town Hall in hearing room, in the town hearing room, Route 28, South Yarmouth, on March 15th, 2022, and on March 29th, 2022, concerning proposed fee increases for demolition, construction, mattresses, tires for the Waste Management Division. Written comments will be accepted by the Board of Selectmen via email at selectmen@yarmouth.ma.us until 4:30 p.m. Friday, March 11th, 2022. Verbal comments will be accepted at the public hearings starting at 6 p.m. Persons interested in these changes are encouraged to attend. The proposed date of change, April 1st, 2022. The fee category, construction and demolition, the current fee is $145 a ton. The proposed fee is $165 per ton. The construction and demolition mixed category, $170 a ton is the current charge. The proposed fee is $190 a ton. For bulky items involving mattresses, box, furniture, etc., it's $15 each is the current fee. The proposed fee is $25 each. Tires, no rim, $1 each is the current fee. The proposed fee is $5. Tires with a rim, the current fee is $2. The proposed fee is $10. And I don't think there's anything else that needs to be read into the record. I think at this point, we're going to turn this over to the DPW director and the assistant DPW director. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. I'm joined with Roby Whitehouse, our Assistant Public Works Director, and the disposal area is one of the things that's under her supervision, so she will cover a bulk of this presentation about the fees that you just read into the record. But I do want to make a couple of comments to start out. We're very sensitive to the fact of raising fees. We want to make sure that it's done in an appropriate manner. And the last time the Board of Selectmen approved a fee increase for the disposal area was 2016. So we're going on 6 years. The residential sticker rate has not increased, nor have any of the fees and costs for the facility have increased. And Roby will cover that in a little more detail. And as was mentioned by the chairman, this is the first hearing, so we're certainly interested in any information that you need in addition to make a decision, and we'll bring that back to you at the next meeting. With that said, I'll turn this over to Roby for some more details on our request.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Jeff. Jeff took a lot of the thunder out of the presentation because He covered it all. No, I'm only kidding. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here, and thank you for hearing us. I'm going to jump right to the first slide. That is a great comparison. And like Jeff said, it's never easy to increase fees, and we're certainly very conscious of everything that everyone has gone through over the past couple of years. But this represents really a close shot of our neighbors and our fellow waste collection facilities and the prices that they charge for the items that we're seeking to increase rates on. This presentation is going to cover not only this description of our neighbors and the kind of the analysis of looking at what our neighbors are charging, but also a little bit about our history of the fees, just Jeff mentioned, kind of talking a little bit about that for those of you who maybe weren't present for that and might not know about it. Also talking a little bit about our contractual and cost increases, and as well as our regulatory requirements that are really unfunded mandates. So as we look at this, we see that Yarmouth is currently at 145, as was read, and we're proposing 165. But you can see that the average of the other facilities comes to 189.17 for C and D, and the mixed is 215.83. I don't want to go through all of those, but it's suffice it to say that we're really looking for fees that are going to be competitive with our neighbors. So moving on, we'll talk a little bit about the history. C&D rates have slowly increased in the private sector over the past few years. And we've seen that with our the private entity called S&J over in the town of Dennis. They're at $180 a ton. We definitely know that they're a different type of business, but we are definitely aware that Yarmouth has seen an increase in customers because of the price that we're currently charging. The last increase, as Jeff referenced, for C&D was in 2016, and that was to the current rate of $145 a ton. It's anticipated that our current fee that Yarmouth pays to the contractor will, at the conclusion of the contract at the end of June this year, see an increase of approximately 10%. So that's something that we're looking at in terms of our rate. And just to kind of go over a little bit about the history of the tonnage that's been accepted at this facility. In 2011, the facility accepted a little over 7,000 tons. In 2017, almost 13,000 tons. In 2021, 18,000 tons. So we've accepted more and more C&D material over the years, and it's definitely not changed. Our personnel hasn't changed. Our systems haven't changed. We're just continuing to accept more and more. So I just wanted to point that out. We have the same equipment. We're still doing the same process. So this slide talks a little bit about the analysis is based on the current sticker price. Staffing's the same. And also looking at our necessary capital. And we have several improvements that we need to look at the property. And we're looking to make sure that we are in a cost recovery. So we're looking at making sure that we're covering our costs as well as keeping our sticker prices at the same rate. So in looking at the fee analysis, we, as we've already referenced, we're looking at that increase, and you can see that in 2019, the cost went up that we pay the contractor that takes care of our C&D from $104 to $124. And at that point we were charging, and we still are charging, the $145. And as we referenced, we are looking at a 10% increase. And again, there's no anticipated change in our disposal sticker fees. And the anticipated additional revenue would be in the range of $360,000. And that's the difference between the 145 and the 160 at the 18,000 tons. This is kind of a snapshot of those fee comparisons, just trying to bring in those communities or those entities that we're pretty much in level with. I spoke with the town of Harwich DPW director today. He does not have any plans to increase, but he definitely wants to know if Yarmouth is increasing. And as far as those other fees, we talked just briefly about, we've talked a lot about C&D, but I kind of wanted to touch base on the other fees that we're talking about here, and that includes mattresses. Mattresses are an item that we are looking at the DEP's regulation starting in November. It's going to be a new waste ban item. So it means that they cannot go in the trash, which they haven't typically, but they will be mandatory recycled. We're looking at recycling most of the mattresses that come into our facility, and it's an additional fee. It's a higher cost because of the manpower required to recycle. We have only 2 contractors that are currently recycling mattresses for the town of Yarmouth. One is here in Massachusetts and one is in Rhode Island. They come down, they pick the mattresses up, they take them, they recycle them. They're charging us a lot more than we had anticipated. And a break-even price would bring us to $25 per mattress. Unfortunately, not all of those mattresses are getting recycled. They actually, if they are wet or if they're dirty, or if they have any companions riding along with them, they cannot be recycled and they need to go to the construction and demolition area. So that's a whole nother stream, but certainly it adds to the cost of handling those mattresses. The other item is tires. Yarmouth has the lowest price around for tires. And we are hearing not only from mattresses, but also for tires. We are hearing from people from all over Cape Cod and over the bridge that we have the best price for mattresses and for tires. They are calling us and bringing us large quantities. For mattresses, the other piece that's a challenge is that we have a limited space for storing the mattresses until they can be picked up. Tires are, we've seen a significant rate increase in tires within the past 2 years. They jumped from $600 a load to $700 to $1,700 a load. So they've quadrupled in cost. So we're seeking a increase to supplement the cost associated with the fees to recycle those 2 items, the mattress as well as the C&Ds. I'm sorry, the tires. So in summary, as you can see, we're looking to increase the cost, the fee for C&D, and we're talking a little bit more about that contract. I can give you a little bit more history on that. New England Recycling has been our contractor in the town of Yarmouth to handle our recycling, or excuse me, handle our C&D. And they have recently sold the company. They are now falling under a company that was known as Wheelabrator, but they are committed to agreeing with approximately 10% increase starting in July. And again, this fee approach covers all costs associated with the construction and demolition, but it does not increase any of the taxpayer, no fee increase to the taxpayers in terms of the sticker prices. And that was the end of the presentation.
Very good.
I have a great picture there for you to ask me questions.
That's great. Thank you. Let me go to the public first to see if there's any member of the public that would like to make a comment.
Hands raised.
I'm sorry, someone?
Yeah, there's hands raised.
Bob, can you?
Okay, we have Joe Glenn first on top of the list.
Okay. Mr. Glenn, let's see if we can get Mr. Glenn into the public hearing. Mr. Glenn, the floor is yours.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this falls under the fee increases, but as you probably know, there was a lot of disposal of mattresses, presumably from some hotels, but on private property and I think on public property, and I think that goes for tires too. Is this fee increase, is there any way of adding, if it falls under the DPW or some kind of fine or something if we do get the people? So forgive me, I'm not sure exactly how the process goes, but I'm sure you're aware of that, those issues. And the problem is when the fees go up, it makes it more of an occasion for the people to improperly dispose of it. But in seeing how we're so low and we still had a problem, it may increase. So that's my concern. But Thank you for the time. Great presentation.
Would you care to address that?
Yeah, I would just comment that we do take into consideration illegal dumping anytime we look at these fees, and that's why we try to be very careful in setting fees so as to only recover costs associated with the disposal operation. With that said, we do work closely with the police department when we do see illegal dumping that we need to clean up to see if there is some way that it can tied back to a particular offender that could be pursued. That's very difficult in many cases, I'm sure you can imagine, but we do attempt to try to pursue those when we can.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person with a question or a comment. Who was that, Bob?
The next person on the list is Tom Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan. Let's see if we can get Mr. Sullivan into the public hearing. Okay. Tom, the floor is yours.
You have to unmute. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, a couple questions for Mr. Colby. These fees actually user fees?
Yes, I would categorize these as user fees, absolutely.
I have to quit. Where does the money go for these user fees when the money is collected?
All funds collected for the disposal area go to the general fund.
Okay. I want to bring up a case. I think somebody else might be there bringing this up. User fees are considered a tax if they go to the general fund. User fees are a fee paid to use the entity, which is the landfill, and the end monies must stay in the landfill. And that comes under Emerson versus City of Boston. I question whether or not we're doing this right.
Would anybody like to address this question?
No, that's not true. That case does not require funds to be segregated. So we're safe and it's legal,
Okay,
the fees.
thank you. Do we have any other public comments or questions? Okay, very good. I don't see anybody else on our Zoom or online. Is there anybody else in the audience? So I guess we could close the public hearing. Is there a
I
motion?
think we need to leave it open.
Yeah, we have to have a
I'm sorry,
second,
that's
yeah.
right. We have to, thank you, Tracy. Okay, let's move on. Questions from the board. Selectman Stone,
I don't have any questions at this point.
Selectman Post.
I just think we're fortunate to have kept these fees as low as we have in the current climate of fuel, and a lot of, your 10%, if you can get that commitment, I think that we're fortunate, because with the price of diesel fuel for these trucks, everything's going to rise. So I'm hopeful that you'll be able to obtain that. If not, I feel like you're going to probably be back here, because obviously we need the fees to cover the costs of the operation. And unfortunately, it's going to be tough, but you guys have done a really good job keeping them as low as they are. And to Joe's point, I think it's always a balance of making sure that the fee is directly associated with the cost of the service, and that we don't price it so people illegally dump. But some people are going to illegally dump no matter what you do. I mean, we had a tire at $1 each. That seems pretty reasonable. I can't imagine you could recycle it for $1. So, and I'm surprised that people aren't paying you for those tires now with the cost of petroleum and recycling them. They're utilizing them for a lot of other products. Have you guys looked at, I know like Dennis is doing the recycling for the glass. I'm wondering if you have done any analysis on the tire recycling and what the value is in the market.
I can tell you that the largest recycler for tires is F&B Rubber, and they accept tires from F&B Rubber, from all over Massachusetts, and all of the vendors that I've spoken to for recycling, they are the go-to. And unfortunately, the recycling of rubber used in playgrounds, in the matting in playgrounds, was the primary source and the primary, output of the rubber has really dried up. They're no longer processing it. And you're probably right. Petroleum is probably the next step, but it is not in our Massachusetts area. So F&B is, increased their rates, as I mentioned. We were paying $600 for a trailer load. It went to $700 and then it jumped to $1,700 with a matter of 6 months. And it's been very challenging for a lot of us.
It's crazy because I know that they're using glass and, instead of, our resource of stone is depleting. And so they're using glass for a lot of construction. And I've read a lot about recycled tires being used in construction too. And I'm sure that, it has a lot to do with the Mass DEP and stuff, but I just think about that when we look at the cost of tire recycling, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And we'll continue to look at creative solutions to try to keep that cost down.
Selectman Smith.
Everybody's actually hit on pretty much everything. Have you done an estimate of drop off of sales and drop off of anticipated income based on the increase in the fees?
Our analysis, and I think Ruby covered that earlier with the $360,000 approximate additional revenue, was keeping the volume very similar. Now, there is a very likely possibility that the volumes could decrease, but when you compare it with other options that are out there, we're still going to be the most affordable. So we didn't anticipate much of a decrease, but certainly that's a possibility for some. I think it's really going to be a lot of it related to the construction environment. And until we see that start to drop off, I don't think we'll see a significant drop, especially when we're the more affordable option still.
Right. And my last comment, which everybody's hit on, is tires and mattresses in the woods.
Yeah, and my only comment, my only feedback to that is even at $1 a tire, we were still hearing that they were in the ponds, they were in the woods. I agree.
Right. And I know one place in particular, which is Pine Street, and where the railroad tracks go across. There's almost always tires dumped there.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Question for the town administrator. I'm just curious if we've received any comments by Friday, the deadline. Have we?
No, they would have been in our package.
That's what I
so we
thought,
didn't
so.
receive any emails.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll continue this at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next item on our agenda this evening is the public hearing on the town budget and capital plan. So we're going to start off with a briefing on the financial projections for the coming fiscal year. We'll first hear from, excuse me? Yeah. It's the notice. I'll read that in a second. I'm just trying to orient everybody. So we'll be having the financial projections for the coming fiscal year from the town administrator. And then following that, we'll go into the capital and budget committee, the report and overview. And we've sort of broken out for their report and the finance committee and then the school committee, sort of broken out how we're going to handle the questions and answers. So the hearing notice.
Let me read it.
Yeah, could you do that? Thank you.
Town of Yarmouth notice of public hearing of operational budget and capital improvement plan. Acting under Yarmouth's Town Charter, Section 7-5, a public hearing will be held on March 15, 2022 at the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Capital Budget Committee to receive comments on the FY 2023 town and school budget and capital improvement plan. The hearing will be held in the hearing room of the Yarmouth Town Hall via Zoom beginning at 6 p.m. Complete copies of the FY 2023 budget and capital improvement plans are available beginning March 1st, 2022 on the town's website at www.yarmouth.ma.us.
Very good. So, Mr. Rittenhour.
Ready to jump right in. And as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, we're at the point of the budget process where we've reached the public hearings and the boards between the capital program committee, the finance committee have been very active these last months in reviewing the budget. So we're very anxious to hear from those. And the kickoff to this part, again, required in the charter, is to receive an update of the financial projections from our town administrator for the revenues. And with respect to the financial projections, this is an update from my previous financial projection report. which I made on January 4. So I feel like we've been really ahead of the game in terms of the financial projections from the start of the budget process. So the board will be familiar with all of the revenue pieces that we'll be going over this evening from the report that we did on January 4.
Can I ask a question? Because the January 4th one is what we have in the packet. Are there changes since then?
There are changes in that one, and one of the biggest changes is the date, March 15, 22. So the slides that I'm going to go over have the updated information, and we're going to be able to go through them, I think, very quickly, and you'll see as we move through. But I think that this is a perfect time to review what the revenues are, review the projections. Since the January 4, we've tracked every one of these revenue sources very closely, and we have the most detailed financial reports up through the beginning of March. So in terms of the collections, we have updated. But first, before we jump into the numbers, I really need to recognize Ed Centio, our finance director, Maria Ruseva, our town accountant, for their great work in tracking these revenues, meeting together with us as we worked throughout the budget process to first come up with the initial revenue estimates very early in the fiscal year and hone that product down. It's a very talented team that you have in place on the finance side. And I think we've had a great relationship putting all of this information together. So to jump in, once again, the composition of our revenues has not changed significantly from the initial budget recommendation. I've included on this slide the total amounts. You can see the state aid coming in at a net of $731,591. The non-property tax local revenues is a chunk of almost 30 million, and the lion's share of the town budget is the 72,566,000, which comes from the property taxes. And I'd just like to update our projections on each of those revenue sources before we get into some of the committees and their work. Again, you're familiar with the hat-shaped graph for the state aid. It's kind of a politically oriented source of revenue. It is very volatile from one year to the next. But the key thing is that we are increasingly disenfranchised here on the Cape because of the property valuations were mistakenly viewed as an affluent community. As a result, the levels of state aid that we enjoy throughout the Cape, and particularly in Yarmouth here, are far below the state averages. And to see in other areas of the state, there's maybe, 30, 35% state revenues that go into the municipal budgets. We have less than 1%. And the major update is finally, we have the governor's proposed budget. And I've included those revenues in my updated analysis. And lo and behold, with the governor's budget, it's within $20,000 of our initial estimate. Now, it still has to go to the House and to the Senate and then the conference committee, but I have not made any increases based on that $20,000 additional in the governor's proposal. But I think the state aid is a particular problem that, we need to work in the long term to kind of work through. And we'll hear later this evening, we've had a tremendous amount of success on the educational side through our regional system, but with the local government, the state aid has been fairly stagnant, and we think it's going to be very close to the initial estimates. The local estimated receipt piece, as you can see, we've maintained our revenue estimates to bring those numbers back to roughly the pre-COVID level estimates. And to give you a sense of some of the performance that we've had with the local estimated receipt collections for the current fiscal year through February 28, you can see with the general local receipts, we're collecting right now at 120% of where we were at this exact point in the previous fiscal year. And those numbers we were waiting to see that type of performance this late in the fiscal year. And if these trends continue, we will easily make the revenue estimates that we have generally for those receipts. And I've also split out some of the special purpose revenues, whether it's the special revenues, enterprise funds for, you see the septage amount, our collections are 95.79% of the previous year. And we anticipate that that will be roughly in the just over 100% level as we continue throughout the fiscal year. On the golf side, I was very encouraged to see that we're collecting at almost 88% of the previous fiscal year, which was the all-time high for golf revenues that we've ever seen, collecting over $5.1 million. And the budget for next year is set at about an estimate about 4.1 million. And you can see, even with the change in the restaurant function that removes some of those revenues directly from the town operation in FY22, we're hanging at a very high percentage of what we collected at the previous high level year. So I think we're gonna have to watch golf revenues very closely over the next several years to see if those levels maintain. But I'm fairly confident that the 22 numbers will exceed the revenue estimates that we set for FY22 and set up FY23 for the level of expenditure that's projected in the budget. And the water revenues are coming in a little bit lower at 7.6, but I'm not overly concerned with that. I think it's related primarily to the billing cycle and the timing of when the bills go out. And I think that what we'll see is, as the year continues, that will get closer to 100. They have the billing. There hasn't been a drop in the pumping. So I think that you'll see that rebound. And the last item that we've tracked ties in again to our wastewater financing from the short-term rental. But I'm very, very happy to see that through February, we're 11.5% higher than what we collected last year at the same time. Now, I'll be very, very interested to see the end of the quarters. That is just essentially through half of the year. It's a quarterly distribution that we receive, but I think those next 2 quarters will be telling. And if, the anecdotal information in the local real estate market holds true, bookings are way up for this year. So I think that you'll continue to see some very good growth in the short-term rental income there. And so what we've done is we've held fast on those revenue estimates from the original budget, but I'm happy to report that our projections for the next fiscal year, based on our collections through February 28, really give me, I think, a higher degree of confidence in the overall collections. So with that, the property tax levy, we have established at an estimated total levy limit of approximately $72,566,000. And again, I do want to underscore that there is an increase in the debt exclusion portion of the property tax as a result of the new debt for the construction of the school. And we also have the DPW facility that is coming online as well. And that's how we get this graph. And we've gone over the amounts are in the budget for the debt service. So we feel very confident that, we have gone through the process of doing the detailed analysis of the levy limit and amounts required for the next fiscal year. This is the most stable, obviously, portion of the total revenue piece. With property values continuing to rise, there, may not be, signs of an actual increase in the tax rate, but the total levy is going to be up a little over 4% for next year, and that is stable. So that holds true. And just to give you a sense, again, for some of the, based on those projections, the large challenges moving forward that we're keeping a very close eye on. First of all, it was very important to us to take a close look at those local estimated receipts and trying to restore those to pre-pandemic levels. But we're critically concerned about the prospect of overestimating those. And I think on that general estimated piece with the 120% of collections, we're in very, very good shape there. We want to restore the capital and roadway funding to the tax levy in a safe way over time. And as a result of our whole picture with the overall budget, we've been able to include 100% of the original override for roadway maintenance back into the levy budget where it belongs. And so that is a part of the budget for FY23. And we're going to work on the capital and try to get as big of a chunk of that back into the levy next year if we can. But this year is 100% of the roadway. We're trying to, in addition to that, fund the operating budgets to meet the service needs without overusing free cash. And we had a lot of items previously throughout the pandemic that were taken out of the budget, funded through free cash, funded through some of the CARES Act money. And now we're trying to make the budget itself include all of the funds that we need to operate these departments and not have portions of it outside of the budget. And again, we're watching very, very closely the regional educational system because of the formula, and it's related directly to the enrollment. And there's other members of our district. It can be very volatile from year to year. We're going to hear presentations FY23. I consider it a safe year, that the educational spending from the context of our local assessment is rising less than we originally anticipated. And that's what left us a little flexibility to meet some of the needs like the town services, roadway funding. And we also have taken steps to reserve the short-term rental income for the wastewater funding program. So that is in place at levels that are, again, 11.5% higher than last year. So we like to hope that we're going to see continued growth in that short-term rental income. And just to wrap up this portion of the presentation, the total recommended budget of $101,904,770 with the restoration of the local estimated receipts and the increase in debt service. It's up about 6.7 from last year, which was depressed by taking a lot of the revenue and spending it outside of the levy. So what this one did is put the budget sort of back together again. And we talked about the capital budget is free cash for the spending with roadway maintenance override completely restored. Educational expenses have stabilized for the current fiscal year, are growing less than we thought. And minor adjustments to most budgets to maintain a level service budget, but everything is within Prop 2.5. And that just gives you a little flavor of an update of the projections for the next year. And unless there's questions, maybe we can roll right into the next presentation.
Okay. I noticed in the materials that were handed out to the board, there were some other slides. I didn't know if you wanted to go through those.
Those are slides that I had included that describe the budget.
Okay.
And we're going to go over the budget with the finance committee, but
We'll
it's
save this
very
for later.
valuable information that sort of highlights some of the key areas.
Thank you. So we're going to move into the presentation on the capital budget. We'll get a report from the Capital Budget Committee, the report and overview. And then after they present, we'll go over some questions and then get the public feedback in the public hearing portion of this. So welcome. Long time no see.
It's earlier than the last time you were here.
earlier. The last two times we came. Are you driving?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Sandy Fife. I'm the chairman of the Capital Budget Committee. I'd like to introduce the vice chair, Judy Tarver. And I believe we might have a few more members on Zoom that have tuned in, but I'm not really sure who's here, but let me just tell you the names of the people that are on our committee. We have Bob Ciavara from the FinCom, Kathy Heislop, she
She's on.
was going to be on Zoom.
She's on.
Okay, Lindsay Petro, Kurt Sears, Will Rubenstein from the Planning Board is also on our committee. We'd like to say thank you especially to Bill for all his help this year and to all the department heads who put in a lot of work and made our job a lot easier. So thank you so much. So we met with you in December and gave you our draft recommendations. Tonight, our recommendations do include information from the school department that we received in January. And we're looking tonight, hopefully that the board will adopt the plan at this time. We're going through an overview of the document and highlights and to let you know it does align with the town meeting warrant, the draft warrant that we have seen. So we appreciate having that information. So some of tonight's presentation may be repetitive. You've heard some of it in December. For the public, we're going to walk through each slide and quickly go through our recommendations. So the Capital Budget Committee is charged with reviewing all requests for capital items and making recommendations to the Finance Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and Town Meeting. A capital item is an item that typically has a value of $10,000 or a useful life of at least 5 years. Some examples might be buildings, vehicles, computer equipment, roadways, improvements, sidewalks, waterways, construction costs. The committee's recommendation takes the form of a 5-year capital improvement plan and a 10-year facility plan, which serves as the town's overarching planning documents. Each year, these items are budgeted for and are presented at town meeting as the capital budget. The capital budget is separate from the town's operating budget, which funds recurring items like salaries, employee benefits, and office expenses. So we begin our process with the receipt of proposals from the departments in both spreadsheets and narrative form. We initiate our liaisons from our committee by appointing committee members to reach out to the departments and talk to key contacts, tour the sites, look at the equipment, and listen to the needs of the departments. The CBC then requests each department to appear before us to review their proposed projects over the course of this year of 5 meetings. These meetings were helpful when combined with the liaison approach and to come to our eventual ratings. As part of the rating process, we aggregated items that should be considered for tax levy into one group, and projects funded by other funding sources were placed in another group. The ratings were based on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being more favorable. Therefore, a low score gets the highest priority. I know last time we were here, you guys had a question on why something would score 14, where we do a rating of 1 to 5, and I don't think we explained it very good, but since we have 7 members on the committee, if each member rated something as a 2 times 7 is 14. So we do have ratings that go up higher than 1 to 5. They can go up into the 20s. So you will see when you see the list. During the rating, some of the comments have to do with readiness to proceed. We had questions on the level of information provided, and there were some items that were deferred. One issue was the lack of availability this year of rolling stock and the supply chain issues. This inherently would impact the availability and also the cost. Projecting the cost of vehicles was difficult. So each year we assume a budget of approximately $1.5 million in the past from the levy, which I was happy to hear that we're working on getting that back into the levy. So we provide two options this year in our recommendations for the levy, what we call the levy chart, or the items that would have come either from free cash or from the levy. You can leave all the requests in place funded as indicated through the levy, as we have done in the past, or we could take reoccurring equipment such as tasers, mobile computers, and fund those through the operating budget. The police cruisers could be leased at items that typically are not capital, such as carpeting, painting, furniture, are considered as budget items. You know, these options were suggestions, surely not instructive, but we were happy to hear that you are working towards placing some of those items back into the budget. So this is a list of the items in ranking order. The blue line, which equals $1.2 million worth of capital request, represents no changes to the projects or means for payment for these items. The adjustments for leasing takes us down to the yellow line. So the yellow line represents how far down the funding can reach with just one change of leasing the police equipment, police cruisers. The changes recommended in December and implemented in the budget demonstrate the effectiveness of reducing peaks through funding alternative means, such as using leasing. This report is available on the website for the public's sake. I know the print is very small, and I'm not going to read each and every item, but it is available on the website for anyone who wants to go in and look at the detail, because I know it's pretty hard to read. This list is also what we call the levy list, which is funded either from the levy or from free cash. The green line represents the extent of the projects funded in the warrant, which is approximately $2.1 million. Although this exceeds the $1.5 million cap that you normally give us, given the availability of free cash and the backlog over the last couple of years of the capital programs, we're happy that some of these items are being funded in the warrant. Funding also follows our recommendations for rankings. As I said, we rank 1 to 5. Some of the items rank as high up as 27. We recommended going down as far as possible with what free cash is available. The school projects, which did come in January, were ranked also the same as the other projects, and they did not change the recommendations that we presented in December by very much. This chart is what we call all the financing sources. The roadway improvements, we're happy to hear, are going back into the levy. The Capital Budget Committee would like to see more design funding requests to ensure that the overall program is understood before, even though they have money, before spending funds on construction. We'd like to give credit to the fire department for acquiring a grant to augment their capital requests this year. This use someone else's money approach is truly preferred by our committee. The water department approach demonstrates a proactive means to head off most costly improvements. There are a few items that are on our list that I believe did not make the warrant, such as a few items in the golf department. So some key points for the out-year program. There's some basic principles that the Capital Budget Committee believes would create a better out-year program approach. And we'd like to work on some of these over the next few months. First one, sequence and fund the projects to level the cost of the program so that there are no spikes in the requests over time. As we said before, removing some of the items that really aren't capital items and put those back into the budget. We'd like to see more preliminary analysis to provide well-developed projects before they come before us, and clearly separate programs based on funding sources. The next slide shows the 10-year plan that is really based on the recommendations of the department heads and what they have projected. This is very small, but it is available on the website. So ideas for a collaborative outcome would like to create a true capital improvement program policies that, and we have come up with 6 approaches that we'd like to work with administration and the board on over the next few months and before the next cycle. The first approach is to establish a more comprehensive definition of a capital item that does not place items such as painting or door replacement or replacement of regular occurring minimal cost equipment, such as cell phones. Sometimes things like that are grouped together in a lump and presented to us as a capital item. So we'd like to come up with a better definition on what a capital item would be. And we're willing to provide that definition to the board and to administration for their review. Second, we'd like to determine within those definitions a policy regarding the preferred funding or financing method for certain types of requests. We understand that the budget shift, however, if we understood the preferred funding method, the cap would be managed by administration and the board, which could address the annual fluctuations. How much money is available is an issue when we do our review. Where we should apply a cost is something we would need to know to create a true capital plan. Third, use of someone else's money, as we spoke of before, to establish policy that requires all departments to exhaust all efforts to determine means of funding outside the tax levy. As we move through the process, the questions of can't we use this fund, or is there a grant available for this, always come up. And if departments could come to the process with evidence that everything has been exhausted as to funding, it would make it a lot easier for us. Fourth, projects should be sufficiently vetted and understood with applicable studies and reports before submitting for approval. Each department should have a consistent level of preparation across all projects to receive a higher readiness to proceed. We believe there is a system-wide policy that is necessary rather than an application required by the CBC. Number 5 is establish a policy regarding the review of a program where prior years have not demonstrated timely expenditures. Projects that are not proceeding or that are delayed at times overlap with incoming projects. An example of that would be if we funded something in a previous year and they haven't gone out to bid, they haven't spent the money. There's an overlap, and often people are asking for money when they still have money from the previous year. So a lack of progress should require a resequencing of the projects by the department or the use of unspent funds on the current proposals. And last, number 6 is establish protocols for rolling stock that are consistent over time. Over the years, this has been a moving target. New methods such as asset management software, tracking use, and maintenance needs have been utilized. These issues should be tied to performance. For example, if a department did not have a piece of equipment, how would it affect the service in that department? So we will be working on these policies, working with Bill, and bringing draft proposals to you for your review. This year, we viewed the capital improvement program report as an opportunity to address various issues that we have been talking about over the last several years. We feel a high-functioning capital improvement process provides better outcomes from every step thereafter. So we look forward, as I said, to working with the board, the finance committee, administration, and staff to create these outcomes. So just a few comments on establishing the town meeting warrant sooner has allowed the CBC to align with and have a more collaborative approach and align our priorities. So that was refreshing this year. The proposed town meeting warrant demonstrates many of the priorities we have recommended. And currently, this has been a question of Kurt, and I'm not sure if Kurt's on, but there are definitive rolling stock needs, and in the future, rolling stock, we'd like to see more attention to this, maybe a consistency in purchasing like models, and some more discussion on that moving forward. We're hoping larger projects should be preceded with project development funding to facilitate more details, whether it be a study when it comes to building and facilities, to give us better information. We appreciate the school department facilities assessment that they provided us. Beyond that document, we need to understand the long-range plans for facilities such as ME Small as we consider improvements that may or may not have sufficient time to depreciate. So as I said, we have all our reports are online. If you have any questions, hopefully we'll answer them, or Bill will.
Thank you. That was well done. We have on our agenda going questions and discussion from the selectmen. We'll start with the selectmen and then go to the public. So I'm going to go around the board. Selectman Stone, do you want to kick things off?
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much, ladies.
Selectman Post?
Thank you. You guys always do such a great job and spend so much time. I really appreciate it. I guess I'll go back to, I feel like we're in the same spot we were the last time you were here in terms of the capital improvement plan. Some of the things that are on here, we've never really had a discussion in terms of policy. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen before this town meeting. So I don't know if I'm really.
I would like to present a draft to you on each one of our recommendations.
Okay, so you think that's going to happen? Because are we going to be asked to support this capital improvement plan, 10-year capital improvement plan or 5-year capital improvement plan?
Just the items, not the policy changes at this
Well,
point.
the items in here are a matter of policy, in my opinion. So like, for instance, we have, and I know I talked about it before, we have a $1.3 million for central dispatch at fire. So is that what the town's doing? Because that.
Or you talked about the facility
Yeah,
plan.
the facility plan. I'm sorry. I'm not opposed to it. We just haven't had that discussion. I didn't know it was finalized. So I guess when I see things in here that we haven't really had discussions about, kind of just, I get a little concerned about that. But as you said before, that's put in by staff. They submit the plan. I assume that there's some review by administration.
Right. And I think that the critical issue is we want to get these items that, say, for instance, on the combined dispatch, there's been funds appropriated in the past. It's been discussed. It's on for future discussion that what is the most important thing is to alert the board that we're planning on moving in this direction. And so you can see all of those things. And so what the next steps would be is to have that policy discussion in advance of moving the project forward. You don't necessarily have the detailed discussion on every project that is in the out years of the plan, but I think seeing them is important. And I think that we could have a whole discussion on just the out years, but the board needs to know that by simply putting those items on and discussing them, they in no way commit the town to actually completing that project. What the most important thing is to lay out these projected needs, what the potential financing is, and to then enable the board to discuss, is this something that we want to take the next steps toward, or do we want to put it even further out or delete it?
I agree that it should be a discussion. I think perhaps that should be money that we know is set aside, perhaps under town administration till that's done. That's just my opinion, but there's things on here like the Run Pond revitalization for this year. Where's that funding coming from?
Well, it's not going to be done this year because we don't have the funding.
2023.
Right. And I think that, one of the critical issues, say, for instance, with the coastal infrastructure projects, is that a lot of those are projected to be hopefully funded through grants. And by putting them on the list, now that needs to be assigned a different year. It was originally submitted to try to occur this year if someone could get a grant for it, but there's no grant to do that. It's an extraordinarily expensive project, but it's one that's well needed. So what we're trying to do is line up, and we've got a system now to evaluate all of the coastal infrastructure projects, include them in the capital plan, try to line them up so that we can do grant applications for the highest priority ones, and then be ready to move ahead with the matching on those. So, I mean, that's a project, another example of a project that's just been on the books for years after years, but we don't have the financing for it.
If I may, the sheet on page 5, the spreadsheet, the yellow line is where the CIP committee left off with a $1.5 million cap. That yellow line assumes that the leasing and other things were done above, which has happened. Everything below that is not recommended to move ahead unless the board and the administration goes past the $1.5 million cap. So everything, the green line represents where we are funding to based on what's in the warrant. So that rating system, the far right-hand column rates it. So the Long Pond study and everything below the yellow line, CIP is not recommending based on their $1.5 million cap, but they are concurring that you should move forward given the use of free cash down to the green line.
Right. Well, I guess my other thing, and you alluded to it, Bob, and I know we're going to hear from Carol, I think it's really important that we have a long-range plan for ME Small, because we know, right, there's a lot of significant issues there. So, I see that it was reduced. I mean, I'm glad that it's in there because I think we need to really be cognizant of all the costs. We've looked at the roof for many years, but really a plan for that building overall. So we're not throwing good money after bad, but at some point in time, we have to keep it safe and we have to keep it dry and do all the things to it that we need, but we really should have an overall plan for that school going forward, or a discussion with the school committee. So, we can make a smart decision about our dollars. Perhaps after, and I haven't seen the overall capital improvement plan that you've seen that they did. Maybe we can get an update on what the overall cost is, but we may need to start thinking about an addition on Station Ave as an opportunity or an option instead of investing money in that school at this point in time. So, all right, just go back to where I was. Some of these things, well, I know we've had some reviews on the actual items, but we have not really gone down each individual item. My question is, and you talked about consistency, and I know we've had turnover in administration here, but we had a system of rating. We had a system that we were implementing for equipment and vehicles that you were able to look at to really ascertain the use, the mileage, the years. Are you still using that
Yes,
software program?
we're still using the 2006 recommendation where it has X number of miles, X number of hours for equipment. As far as the color-coded software program that we used last year, we do not have a copy of that.
So one of the things is we're working on an old policy because the select board hasn't actually implemented a policy change, even though we were trying to incorporate the information from the asset management software. So we were using that, and that would vary depending on vehicles. For example, a vehicle that's driven around, we were looking at mileage and how old it is, where a lawnmower, you're looking at hours of use. So there are different criteria even depending on what the item is. And we also were looking at maintenance, kind of look, how is this maintained? How is this being used and who's driving it? And some vehicles are driven by part-time employees in the summer. And so what kind of a vehicle is that? And some of our vehicles aren't safe for anybody to be driving. So we really are looking at those vehicles too.
Are you able to get the maintenance records in terms of the costs associated with the upkeep of some of the older vehicles?
Yes, they do give us, if the transmission is gone on the vehicle, we get that information when we make our decision, how much it's needed to fix the vehicle in order to make it safe.
Okay, so you're still looking at all the data?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. I guess that's it for now. I can go on forever.
Thanks, Tracy.
Selectman Smith.
Thank you very much for the report. It's extensive and lots of information. I didn't understand the comment about rolling stock like kind, because I mean you've got rolling stock that's a police vehicle. You've got rolling stock that's a plow, that's diesel, that's probably going to run for 10 years, and your police vehicles are going to run for 4 or 5.
Well, police vehicles definitely would be an exception to that, but there are other vehicles that departments use that, say, the building department, who just goes around and they have a vehicle that they just go around and do inspections. Those type of vehicles, sometimes we don't get information, the bid information on the cost. It's estimated. And maybe Bill, you can.
Well, I would say pickup trucks. Pickup trucks are across many departments. Okay, so that's a like stock, and some of them want plows. A lot of them are equipped with plows, so everybody can kind of join forces. But we might see a request from one department for a pickup truck and another department, and the descriptor looks the same. And this happened last year, and there was like a $5,000 or $10,000 discrepancy, and it had to do with all the options that were chosen, leather seats or whatever. So that kind of stuff. So that kind of uniformity we were really looking for. Did that answer your question?
Sort of. You've also talked about the delta between leasing versus owning, and it seemed that it was just on police vehicles.
Right.
How long do police vehicles last?
Normally 3 with, go ahead.
If I may, the original number in the CIP was $404,000. So the sort of owning or purchasing outright was the difference. What the CIP committee wanted to do, or CBC, was sort of spread that out over time, to not have that one lump sum amount, $404,000, take from items that were down below. So when they talk about sort of moving those costs over a period of time, it allows projects to come up in the CIP, but it also creates some consistency, so you don't have, cruisers, $404,000 hitting you periodically. So That's why, you'll see in the sheet, I think it says 404,000 down to 88, which is the leasing cost. And then, so that's over a 5-year period, 4-year period. So we're not going to get hit with a $404,000 purchase in this year, which would then have taken from the bottom of the list. And that's why they're doing it. And it also creates some consistency over the years to try to put things into a means where you don't have spikes in the CIP by virtue of those costs that you can apportion over multiple years.
I'm just wondering if the overall capital costs of continuing leasing makes ultimate sense.
Well, keep in mind, when we're talking about the municipal vehicle leasing, it really is a short-term financing mechanism that municipal governments have at very low rates. So it's not your traditional vehicle lease where, you get 36,000 miles in 3 years and you turn the car back. You're purchasing the vehicles. And what we're doing, for example, with the police vehicles is paying for those over a 4-year period, that's the life of the vehicles. And at the end of the 4 years, we've paid, 25% each year, plus a small financing fee. Then the town owns those vehicles and then they're traded in, and then a new lease comes in, and that trade-in amount comes off the top for, another, say 25% of the cost. And so what it enables you to do primarily is even out the payments year after year for the cruisers. And so it's not your traditional type of a vehicle lease. The only lease of that type that we do is, for example, on the electric vehicles, the zero emission vehicles. And those are leased more on the traditional means because there's a huge tax incentive associated with those that is taken advantage of by the dealer. Say, for instance, that $7,000, $7,500 per car. And that number, the dealer retains ownership of the vehicle, takes the tax break, then in turn lowers the cost of the vehicle to the town. But the downside of that is after 3 years, we have to turn the vehicle in. So you don't have the use of that asset to reduce your costs further. But with the police vehicles, it's just a mechanism that we've adopted for the financing over the life of the vehicle. And then at the end, we get a new set of them, and it just keeps the costs down.
So your final capital cost at the end of the 4 years is zero, effectively.
After we've paid all the money for them, it's
Right, after your 4 years.
correct. And
Okay.
then the cars are owned by the town.
Okay.
Can I ask one question about that?
Go right
Just
ahead.
on the
Go right
leasing,
ahead.
because I didn't think we were allowed to lease if you couldn't prove the funding was in place from the beginning. So say the town doesn't appropriate the funding next year.
Correct.
The
Correct.
leasing company doesn't typically allow for that.
No, there is a specific law in Massachusetts that enables this program. And what the key requirement is that the leases are subject to future appropriation. So what you do is we approve upfront the 4-year lease, this is proposed in article number, we'll have to look up the number of that article. So 2 things that you do in the article. You approve the 4-year lease and you appropriate year 1. And they have a mechanism that if you don't appropriate the subsequent years, you lose the vehicles, but you don't appropriate all the money at once. So as far as pledging the faith and credit of the community, you're only pledging that first appropriation, but by it satisfies the leasing companies and the state law by also approving the 4-year lease right up front, and then you in turn appropriate each year, and so you can't be forced to make a subsequent appropriation, but you do lose the vehicles if you do.
Wasn't that similar to what we did with the tasers?
It's exactly what we did with the tasers. We bundled that equipment together into a municipal lease program, which, essentially was a mechanism to buy those. Although the one difference is that those TASER contracts include a lot of services as well. So it's not just, and the body cameras, that's kind of what I'm referring to, more so in terms of how much services are in that, but that is another municipal type of a lease. So the key thing, what we look to try to do is make sure if we're spreading out the payments, number one, we look very, very closely. Interest rates have been so historically low. It's ridiculous that, 0.5% or something they throw on us. And secondly, we need to ensure that, for instance, if it's a vehicle that when you keep for 4 years, you don't, finance it out for more than 4 years, that you keep it. And the leasing is good for that. It's the best type of mechanism when you have a very short term like that, 3-4 years. And if it's equipment that kind of goes over that, we can seek a different type of financing for that. But on the vehicles, that really that municipal leasing is kind of a misnomer. It's just more of a short-term note with low interest.
Okay. No, thank you very much for the explanation. I understand it. And I also very interested in your capital budget definitions, because I think you're going to have more than one definition for some different categories as well. Right. Again, thank you very much. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further comments, questions? Okay. No, I don't have anything to add. We're obviously going to be spending more time on this, but for the purposes. Now, what I'd like to do is, before you don't leave yet, we have a public hearing. So we want to give an opportunity for the public to speak. And so this is the portion of this part of the agenda where we're going to open it up for the public. All right. And I want to recognize Mr. Holcomb.
Good evening. Norm Holcomb, Precinct 1. After reading the 300-page preparation for this meeting, it reminds me how much I missed being on the select board. I have a couple of comments regarding, I could sense the frustration of the capital committee with regard to policy. But the policy is clearly laid out in the charter. The charter says the town administrator, not the capital budget committee, shall prepare a 5-year capital improvement plan, which shall be designed to deal with the unmet long-range needs. Capital improvement plan shall include a clear summary of its contents, a list of all capital improvements, cost estimates, methods of financing, and recommended time schedules. I think part of the frustration of the finance committee is it's dealing with year 1 instead of year 5. If you deal with year 5, then all the other years are pretty much reviewed in detail. We're way behind in reviewing capital requests. And that's not the capital committee's fault. The capital plan is the administrator's plan. And we should look to the administrator to prepare that with all the cost estimates and with all the financing in place for all of those projects. If you do that for the 5th year out, then by the time you get to the year that it actually goes in the town report for vote, it's an easy decision. There may be changes, but it's a relatively easy decision. But every year we seem to be rethinking policies, and I could see the frustration of the capital committee trying to deal with this. It's not the way it's supposed to be. I have some specific questions because I'm confused as to what the specifically the golf plan is. The golf division submitted a 5-year plan that includes in fiscal 2023 4.6 million of expenditures, including a Bayberry Hills clubhouse upgrade of 1.5 million and a links course master plan of $3 million. Those don't show up in the budget, but they're in the capital plan. So have those had financing put in place? Have those had detailed cost estimates? I'm asking the capital committee on this one.
I know several of those were, did not make the warrant, that those were postponed.
Correct. I mean, that's part of the recommendation of the capital committee is to get sort of cost estimates before major capital. And I think they were postponed so that we can get the cost estimates, develop the plan, and then in future year.
I
come
can
back with
sense
those
the
proposals,
frustration
if I
of
can
the
finish.
finance committee not having been presented with those cost estimates and the backup to the cost estimates and the financing in place so that when they got the list, they didn't have to say, gee, where is it?
Well, that's kind of been happening for several years. If you look at the 2020, the
It's not new.
2021, and
It's
that's
not
why
new.
this year, if I can finish, this year, this is sort of a transition period. You'll see in this report and the finance committee report that we're basically setting the stage for a better process, and their recommendation to say, come to us with planning funds in this year, construction funds in a subsequent year. That's what we'll be seeing in future years, sort of corrections to the process that they've been asking for. You'll see the same sort of transition or a better way to do it document out of the finance committee. So we can't sort of go back to 2020 or 2021 and add sort of capital studies for all these things that are in 2023. But we can tell people that, no, we're not moving ahead with this until we see more detail. So the school department had a very good proposal in terms of a overall assessment of the buildings. What the capital committee requested is spend $50,000 this year on ME small plumbing and then come back with the $500,000 project when we see the detailed plans and cost estimates. So where you're going, they're recommending and we're putting in place, but it hasn't been evident in past years, so it has to start somewhere.
Okay, I'd just like to make a comment about that because I think what's evident is the capital committee is having to say, we don't have stuff here, on these proposals. It's the administration's responsibility to vet all these in advance. Capital committee screens them as a citizen advisory group. It's the administration's responsibility to have all the cost estimates and the financing in place as it presents that information to the capital committee. And then they can make recommendations to the select board and to the town with regard to priorities. But if what happens is they have to wade through 20 million of capital proposals, just a laundry list of proposals, I can sense the frustration of doing that.
And if I may, Sandy can and Judy can correct me, it's been happening for a considerable amount of time, and the administration through myself is making the recommendations collaboratively with the capital committee to move forward in the future to correct these things. But again, we can't go back to the capital plans in the past and start adding studies that show up in 2023. So
Yeah,
we need to start somewhere, and this is where we're starting. So in the next year, you'll see better projects.
I guess rather than the capital committee having to formulate a policy and recommend a policy, I think if the town would simply follow the charter, section 7.4, in full, then the capital committee their job would be a lot easier.
And I would agree with you, and it would have been great if that happened a few years ago. But the fact of the matter is we're starting in a place where we're submitting almost a self-evaluation. And by virtue of doing that, we're improving the process and hoping that we can get to where you want us to be moving forward.
You know, the process is in place. It's in Charter 7.4.
And it needs to be followed.
Going back to my questions, two things on the golf capital. If the 10-year capital plan or 5-year capital plan, which is being presented at a public hearing, includes $5 million of golf course improvements and $10 million, I'm sorry, it's $5 million in 2023 and $10 million for Bass River, and I think it's 2026. And this board approves it. It's in place. And I did the calculations today. I sent them in an email to the board. The only way to finance those at this point would be with member fees. And that would require member fees to go to $2,500 after the Bass River project is completed, compared to $1,200 today. How is it going to happen? And I'm not criticizing the golf department, because I think they need help in order to come up with a strategic plan that makes sense. And the way the proposals are coming in now, it's just willy-nilly. So, you know, I guess at this point, I'm frustrated with seeing what's going on with the golf department. That's where my interest lies at this stage. And it's not frustration with the golf department. As I said, I think there's a vision of what our courses should look like and the operations should look like, but there's not assistance to developing those ideas into a strategy that can be understandable. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Morris.
Vita Morris. I do have a specific question. The $72,000 for the clerk's office for voting tabulator, is that, are those things going to be the ones that will be used in the town meetings, or is this something else?
No, I don't believe so. Those voting tabulators are usually used at the polling places, and they also aid in sort of voter registration and things like that. It's a standard tablet from companies during the voting process.
All right, so I was just curious. And I'm looking at the schools. Maybe I've missed in previous years, but even with the reduction of $500,000, I mean, we were looking at about $1 million from the schools alone. Is this? They don't usually present that many those kind of amounts, do they? And that engineering thing at ME Small, I'm so happy that you guys trimmed that one down by 90% or whatever it is. I mean, this is ridiculous. On the one hand, I don't know what the maintenance looks like over there, but they keep saying the roof is caving in and something else is caving in, and on the other hand, I don't know whether there are serious plans being made to. I assume it's not going to be another whole new building; that it will be an addition to the Station Avenue School. We need to. Somebody needs to sit down and make some kind of a plan that what to do about that particular school, because to keep investing millions of dollars is outrageous, I think, at this point. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Okay. I'm just going to ask Bob or Bill, do you want to respond to any of the other comments, or I'm just leaving it open?
If I may, the school isn't close to $1 million. There are a lot of small capital items in there, and it might have achieved that if we kept the $500,000 in there.
Okay.
Most of it is vehicles, painting, things like that.
Can I just ask one question about the capital improvement plan?
go right
Just
ahead.
based on the comments that we had, it seems like what we're being asked to vote on is old information. I mean, a lot of the things that are in here that's been discussed that we're being asked to vote on now for 2023, we already know isn't going to happen in 2023. So, I mean, I would like to see an updated plan. I mean, I understand it's going to take a lot of information to get it in there, but we know these things aren't, we're already voting on old data. And I just think to the best of our ability, we should put forward a plan that we know, or at least plan on trying to accomplish. I think the details have to come, the cost analysis and all that, but to vote on stuff that for FY 2023, it's not in our FY 2023 plan, is just outdated information.
Tracy, are you looking at this?
I'm looking at the
sheet?
capital improvement plan,
So for,
the capital
right,
improvement
that's what
plan.
I have in my
Yep.
hand too. So page 5, is that where you're looking?
No, I'm looking at the actual, if you look at page 14, where it talks about capital improvement plan for natural resources, we got $7 million there for 2023. We're not spending $7 million for natural resources in 2023. It's the same thing with what Norm was talking about with golf. A lot of these things, I get it, it was a plan, but it's no longer a plan. I mean, it's not a plan. It's not really a plan. A plan with no action is no plan.
Those are the items that were presented to us.
I understand that,
when we
but at
met
this
with them.
point in time, we're being asked to support a capital plan for 2023 and beyond that is not accurate. I could understand if it's next year and it's not accurate. We don't know it yet, but we already know that we're not doing these in 2023 before we even vote on them, and they're still there. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's no plan.
If I may, we can amend
Needs to
the
clarify.
page 10 spreadsheet to reflect
Yeah.
what is being
What's
funded.
actually going to
And
on the
ones
warrant.
in the back are what was submitted.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they need to stay on the radar. I'm not saying that they're not bad. They need to be there.
Right.
But we need an actual plan, a plan on how we're going to implement it and how we're going to get to that point.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be critical, but I just think we're presenting to the public information that we already know is not going to happen.
Chairman,
Yes.
I just ask one.
Please,
one-
please come on right up.
The libraries that are looking for replacement doors, how many doors are involved here? Do you know? No, but the thing that came to mind while you were presenting this, and I think you mentioned yourself that you are trying to get people to think creatively and get some resources from somewhere else or something like that. But my thought was, well, something like that could possibly be done privately. If they could, appeal to their members or what have you, and the cost is not going to be any $20,000 when you do it privately. So that was one, and you mentioned that yourself. So I think that's a very good point, and it's small things like that, if they can do on a private basis, it would be very helpful, I think.
So the doors were at the West Yarmouth Library, and they need, they're difficult to open. And there's also one that's a wheelchair accessible at the end of that ramp. Are you familiar with the West Yarmouth?
I haven't been there in a long, long time, but
So there are some, they're commercial doors that need to be put in.
But essentially, it's 2 doors that we're talking about.
I think it's 2 in the front, and then on the side, there's a wheelchair
Yeah,
accessible door.
whatever it is, whenever it's a public entity that's financing it, it's going to cost however many times over than it usually would to a private person, or that's what I'm saying. That's
Right.
the only, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything else that needs to be said? Yeah, obviously, we still have, this is what I'm hearing from the public and from staff and from you is we've got a lot more work to do. We've outlined in this document the requests.
Yes.
That's been done. And we've identified the amount of monies that are available. And we've prioritized, so we have an idea of what we're looking at funding. The challenge is going to be with a town like Yarmouth, which has significant capital needs. How do we actually do the rest of these projects? This has been something that has, as has been said, has come up on numerous occasions. And for those who've been around for those discussions, I think we're all detecting a certain degree of frustration. But I think what we heard tonight from the administration is that in order to really move forward on some of these, there's still going to be a lot more work that needs to be done. Some of them have to be studied. Some of them have to go through design. I think for them, this is a first crack at, I'm impressed with this document. This is an excellent document, but it's just a start in terms of laying out how we are going to tackle the other ones that are unfunded. And I think Yarmouth has generally been very cautious about spending in a robust way, if you don't mind me using a term, on capital. But these are things that we have to look at. I mean, the reality is that there are some things that we definitely need to do, and we have yet to figure out how we're going to do them. So I think we can all agree on that. What we need to do as a board is figure out when we're going to start tackling these questions. Because we've talked about coastal infrastructure, right? We've been at this for 2 or 3 years talking about how do we package and work on those and get those together. You can see many of those projects littered in here. So yeah, this is helping us get through this town meeting, but it still isn't the kind of document that is going to force us to tackle some tough questions, because some of these projects are very expensive and they're going to require some tough decisions. You know, do we put them, you know, do we raise bond funds, other funds? Do we borrow on all these? Do we do debt exclusions on them? But I think it's incumbent on us, and I think Norm makes this point, is that we got to tackle this now, and we've got to work together to figure out how we're going to do it. We're going to get through this year, but we've got a lot more work to do. And, you know, we very much appreciate all the work that you've done to help juggle all these different balls and keep them afloat. I do think, though, that I'm interested in the conversation about policies, and I think shortly we want to, I'd like as a board for us to revisit this conversation and revisit it soon. And it doesn't have to be an incredibly lengthy discussion, but obviously you're looking at us to engage in providing guidance to you. And I'd like to get into the weeds in that conversation as to what kind of guidance it is you think you need, you know, for us to provide to you, what more we need to do.
Not just to us, but to department heads. So what comes to us?
No, I understand. You need guidance, but I'm hearing that others need guidance as well.
Right.
Like perfect example, golf, right? If golf has $10 million in capital improvements that are needed within a relatively short period of time, what's the guidance that we have to provide for them on that? These are projects that are not new, but these are things that have been discussed. So we collectively have to basically make some decisions.
And that is an enterprise, so it's even kind of a separate policy
Right.
or conversation.
Right. I think that's what we're all hearing. So there's a bit of a wake up call here. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight and for sharing with us your great work.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to invite the Finance Committee to come up to the table for their report and budget overview. And then following their presentation, we'll have some questions and discussions with the Selectmen and questions and input from the public. For those of you who have been hanging in here for a while, I want to thank you for your indulgence and your patience. And we'll be getting to you soon enough.
Mr. Perkins is online.
So
Okay.
if we could elevate George Perkins to a panel member.
This way and this way. Do you want me to sit?
Oh, sure, please. Ready?
Make sure you hold it like this.
There you go.
Thank you, Tracy.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Thank you. Stephanie Cox, Chair of the Finance Committee, Acting Chair of the Finance Committee. And I believe George Perkins, our Vice Chair, is being elevated as a panelist. George has been a great partner as we've had some transitions in the committee with a couple of members, being unable to participate. Can everyone hear me all right, or do you hear an echo? A little bit of an echo. Okay, thanks.
That better?
Yes, so our members at this point, aside from myself and Mr. Perkins, include Robert Savara, who, as was mentioned, is also our representative to the Capital Budget Committee, Nate Ladley, Jack Moylan, and Brian Gardner, who's been on medical leave. So getting into our presentation, I'm not going to get too into the bullets here. Everyone can read them themselves, but I just want to say that we've been thrilled to have new leadership in the town administration. It's been a breath of fresh air. I will say that there is an element of professionalization, looking for efficiencies, focusing really on systematizing the process when it comes to the budget. That I've only been on the finance committee for a year and a half. I mean, this is, I think, my second budget process, but already I'm seeing a dramatic difference in what we review as committee members. So our process as we went through this, and again, this is where the systematizing was really helpful. We came up with some, basic key criteria. We had sort of standard PowerPoint presentations. These are the main questions that you need to answer. But then we also asked of committee members, what are some of the core questions that you have? So for example, Mr. Perkins had wanted to know, well, what are some of the lessons learned that you all have seen, particularly as it relates to COVID? Trying to get out of sort of the the standard pieces, but what are some high level 50,000 foot things that we can learn? One of the questions that I've been particularly interested to know about is, what are the different factors that you're hearing when you're interviewing candidates for staffing positions for labor, or when people are leaving? What are those different variables? Is it that we're not paying enough? Is that our compensation package isn't enough? Is it the housing crisis? The answer is yes, all of those. And also, what are the potential revenue generators? So, one of the key questions was, if we were to make an investment in your department, what in one particular area that you're good at that maybe other towns aren't good at? Doesn't have to be from a regionalization perspective, but is there something that you could do that could ultimately end up producing revenue for the town? And this was part of an ongoing kind of conversation starter. So we don't necessarily expect that we're going to have ideas out of this cycle, but as we look down the line and reading the tea leaves, a lot of towns are going to be facing ongoing staffing challenges, and some towns are already offering certain services. Barnstable Department of Weights and Measures has been, managing weights and measures, whatever weights and measures does, I'm not really sure, but for, I think, all 15 towns for years. They obviously have some retained revenue out of that, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Are there things like that we can be doing? And again, this brings us back up to the high level. And what I appreciate about this budget process is that we have been able to get away from, why are you buying this number of notebooks and into the higher level ways and means? How do you pay for items? So here are a few of the observations that came through as we met with department heads. It's been a while as we continue to see the service demands of each department have been growing, and we haven't been appropriating enough to necessarily staff them. And so it's not really a spending problem that we're seeing within departments, it's a revenue problem. And that's kind of reflective of the message that the Finance Committee has been saying for a while, that we need to make sure that we are growing our revenue, else we are asking taxpayers at town meeting to make very difficult choices between cutting services or taxing themselves more. As has been mentioned a couple of times, there isn't an across-the-board policy in place where department heads are looking to other sources of funding first, looking for other people's money first. Police and fire do actually do that very well, but we certainly observe that that's not across the board of all departments. So moving forward, that's one of our recommendations, is that that becomes more standardized. I mentioned already the employee hiring and retention. It is a problem we hear all the time. We hear about department heads expending all the money on hiring, onboarding, training someone, and then within a year or two, they're gone out the door to another town that either, you know, has a better benefit package, or they're going off Cape where the housing costs are less. Like this is not sustainable for our region, for our town. As I mentioned before, this concept of regionalization, that all towns are facing this challenge. Provincetown, I just read Nantucket. Yeah, Nantucket is looking at doing $1 million housing stipend fund. Provincetown's been doing it for a couple of years when it comes to town administrators. Orleans is looking at it when it comes to firefighters. The other towns in the Cape are the canary in the coal mine. We may have been able to escape this issue when it comes to housing challenges and how it affects the ability to attract and retain good workers. But that does not mean that that is going to be the case in the future. So again, as we look to the future, we have to get ahead of it ourselves. But at the same time, if there are opportunities for us to position ourselves to offer certain services to other towns, as particularly ones to the east of us who have even tighter housing markets, then we can at the same time be positioning ourselves to generate greater revenue. So other challenges, we've deferred capital. There's been a lot of deferral, certainly as Bob has mentioned a number of times, the way that we kind of manage the budget. Last year has been difficult to adjust to. There's been supply chain issues, staffing issues. And also this year with the schools, it's a great budget. It's helped us to add some items back into the town's budget, but that's not going to continue forever. So we have to be kind of aware of that. And I think this concept of budget planning, looking 3 years out, one of the frustrations that I believe this committee and probably yourselves have experienced is sometimes when you're getting reports from department heads or just overall on the budget, you're looking at it in a vacuum without any historical data and also without any projections into the future. So you're making these decisions in this sort of bubble in time. So to the extent that we can get some 3-year budgeting plans, even if they're soft and not massive exercises, we think that that's going to be a really great way for us to get a handle on what's coming, and therefore what are the revenues that we need to be making sure that we are generating in order to match those projected growths in expenses. And as the Finance Committee has referenced to town meeting and yourselves, we have, and you all are aware of this, we have this declining commercial tax base, which is due to our lack of infrastructure. Very grateful that the Board of Selectmen, town meeting voters voted at last fall town meeting to advance the first beginning steps into phase 1 of wastewater. That's probably the most important infrastructure investment we can make in order to grow our commercial tax base. But until we really do have more economic development, we are going to have this persistent pattern of relying on residential taxpayers. And the angst that you hear from taxpayers when they come to public comment or when they come up at town meeting is related to that fact of their budgets aren't necessarily growing, and yet our town budget is. I don't think it's realistic for us to say the town budget should stop growing. Like you've got inflation, you've got insurance costs, you've got cost of living increases. Any budget, whether it's a nonprofit budget, a business budget, a household budget, like these things grow. It's just part of life. So we have to account for that. We have to expect for that. And the alternative of, cutting services, that can get dangerous. Like we've seen that when we closed down, fire stations years ago and whatnot. So the revenue has to come from a different source though, besides the residential class. And that again comes back to this idea of both looking at growing our commercial tax base, but also what are some other sources of revenue, other revenue generators that we can look at. And again, when we come back to other pieces that we can do in terms of streamlining, what are our other options? It also comes back to where can we have more efficiencies? Where can we streamline? Where can we make sure that we are looking at other people's money? And so again, this concept of having a policy around having departments look for other sources of funding first before going to the tax levy, I think is a good best practice. And then when it comes to the process that we had, again, we're in a great shape with the schools this year. I've seen enough school budget years to know that that's not something that we can necessarily count on lasting. And because of that, the variables in school enrollment and unfunded mandates, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact that we did actually have it come in low, the school budgets come in lower than expected, meant that, we could ask Bob, well, so what are some items that, given that we have a little bit more room in the budget, that we can bring back in? And I believe that we looked at maybe a part-time health position or something. Conservation, excuse me, yes. And so that, sort of brought up the idea of, well, why don't we kind of have an, add or deduct list, so that it's easy for us to kind of make these recommendations as we're going through them. And so we would be making a recommendation of, okay, if the budget is X, then we're recommending this. If it's Y, we're recommending that, which is similar to how the capital budget is. And then again, I think this is more, this is more of a staff-driven suggestion, but I know certainly we get these giant budget books, and from what I understand, the sources of that are not necessarily all consistent. And so to whatever extent they can be plugged in together, it'll probably make might be a little bit more work at first, but in the end, it'll make everyone's lives a little bit easier.
If I may, that one is as much as the finance committee is asking for information, we want to be able to quickly provide it. So creating a system that allows us to move the information more quickly and not have to generate it is really what we're looking at here.
Thanks, Bill. Next on labor, I've already kind of beaten this dead horse, but the challenges that we have around this, having a standardized report, doing a benchmarking exercise to really see where the town compares with other municipalities when it comes to compensation, it will be a good way for us to make some decisions when we're comparing apples to apples. One of our committee members, Nate Ladley, has been very heavily involved with the tech school, big fan of them. And, he said, we expend all this money, invest in students to go to the tech school. Why don't we see if we can't foster some sort of connection and pipeline where we're doing internships or apprenticeships or something like that. So we're hoping that's something that town administration might be able to consider moving forward. Those are kind of, I think, things that'll nibble around the edges. Again, obviously the housing crisis is going to perpetually be a problem for us. But, other things that we talked about is consolidation within departments. So for example, the Selectwoman Post mentioned dispatch, that is an area where you could potentially get some savings by putting them both under one roof. But there's also a mechanic for police, a mechanic for fire, a mechanic for DPW. And I think both police and fire were asking for increases in staffing for those positions. And, why wouldn't we put those all under one roof, gain some economies of scale, and find some cost savings around that? Those are the types of things that I think we need to be thinking about as we move forward, and as we recognize the reality that the housing crisis isn't going to ease. It's going to continue to put pressure on us as it relates to wages and compensation, and our ability to deliver the same level of services. And standard data trends, this is relating to, again, having information, the same set of information, being able to look at it in a long view, being able to compare apples to apples. And Bill can speak to this in greater detail.
I think some of it is that, you saw tonight some revenue information from the town administrator in the beginning, and then cost information. So by department, what do we see as trends that we want to be able to see over a longer period of time, so the finance committee can understand the context of those budgets, those revenue trends, and make it part of the submittal to them, but also make it as something that we post online for the general public to see. So how does this information, so what is the data that we want to collect? What is the data that we want to post? And how does that relate to the budget process? So creating a consistent set of data that allows us to understand the context of this year to the next. Now, obviously the pandemic has kind of blown that up, but moving forward, I think these are critical things to have for both the public, board, and the finance committee.
Agreed. And that's been something that we also talked about when some of us were new on the committee, and what data should we be looking at? And it really kind of felt like we were fishing for it. All right, so the next piece is multi-year budget exercise. I mentioned this before, again, to the extent that we can have a 3-year outlook for what different departments are going to need, it'll really help us figure out where do we potentially have some spikes? What's coming down the road? What do we potentially need to be thinking about in terms of revenue? Again, with my legislative background, I look at the finance committee the way that I looked in the legislature at Ways and Means Committee. You're thinking about not just about recommending this is how much it should be for each line item, but you're also recommending how are you paying for it? What are you doing? So looking again at that 50,000 foot perspective, this I think will help inform that. Lastly, as far as capital, we agree with the proposals put forth as far as policies of the capital committee. We definitely have seen, and I think there is probably some frustration amongst all three, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Capital Budget Committee is, and probably department heads too. You're asking the same set of questions and going over the same things. And, you're not always having all of the same information at hand. So for example, one thing that I would add to some of the recommendations is for one department, I said, I need a memo on this. I need to understand what are the previous phases of this project? What are the potential future, phases of this project? What are the operating costs associated with each phase of it? What have you done to pursue money? And what else are you potentially going to be coming back to the taxpayers with? And to be able to get that in a standardized form, have that be something at the beginning of the process that everybody, yourselves, us, capital budget, are able to look at. It'll help us so that we're not sort of, again, having to hunt for this type of information, and really create a standardized process. So closing out as far as our budget recommendations, Bob has put together, I think, a very thoughtful budget, given particularly how he's coming in the midst of a pandemic, with reacting to a couple of other, budget years, some of the consequences around that. He's come in and look at the mandates put in place by the Board of Selectmen, particularly as it relates to trying to return the roads and portion of the capital to the levy. And this has been I think, a very good process for the Finance Committee. I have a lot of confidence in the budget that we've been going through and that we're presenting. And, again, I think just as a closeout thought that this is one step, as Chairman Forrest mentioned, this is a one step in the process of kind of systematizing and improving the overall way that we do things in the town of Yarmouth. And I think we're on the right track. So that is the end of my presentation. I'll take any questions from the board.
Very good. Let's go around the board. Selectman Smith, do you have any comments, questions?
I do.
Right ahead.
Stephanie, good to see you.
You as well.
Subsidized housing. I have friends in the private sector who've had people that have accepted jobs and then looked around on the Cape and said, not coming, can't afford it. So you mentioned some towns are subsidizing housing. Which towns and how much, if you know? I'm not trying to put you on the spot here.
Sure. And so I'm somewhat taking off my Finance Committee hat and putting on my housing expert hat. There's certain language terms that people have a certain connotation associated with them, subsidized housing and affordable housing being generally ones that are available for low-income workers. What the towns that I'm aware of that are presenting alternatives, Nantucket, I just read an article in ACT.com. They are proposing a $1 million fund that would be for town employees, and it would be awarded through a community foundation based on certain criteria that's as yet defined. I took note their Finance Committee didn't take a position on it. So that's one. Orleans, I don't know if they've put together any sort of policy around it, but I know that they have drawn attention to the fact that they can't find firefighters. Martha's Vineyard, I know they have addressed they had a Globe story a couple months ago about the fire chief in OB not being able to find a place to live. And Provincetown, I know, has had a housing stipend of, I want to say, $20,000 a year for the town administrator to attract a good quality town administrator.
Yeah, that was the one town I knew actually put out some money for the town administrator.
I don't know that that's not a policy that I would recommend as a housing expert or as a Finance Committee member. I think you have to deal with the underlying issue, which is the lack of housing production, which is a direct byproduct of our approach to zoning in this country. It's a national problem. And it's, if you read today, there was a Boston Globe article talking about rents in greater Boston area and how they've skyrocketed to like $4,000. And, this is a problem that just keeps getting worse. And if we don't address that underlying issue, then we're really just going to be nibbling around the edges. And I would say, most, and certainly again, on the capital A affordable housing side, subsidized housing side, most middle-class employees, workers, people tend to not want to live in capital A housing, especially as it relates to deed restricted housing, because the pathway to the middle class for most people is home ownership. And so if you're kind of capping people's ability to resell their home, that creates problems. So I personally am a market person. I say, let the market respond. That'll fix 90% of the problem. And then the remaining 10%, you use capital A solutions, such as the ones that we discussed.
Thank you for the definition. We could argue about whether the invisible hand is handling things or not.
It's not allowed to under the zoning, though. It's not allowed to.
I agree.
Selectman Post.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. There's really a lot of good points here, a lot of things that we need to work towards. When you talk about benchmarking, though, we typically do that analysis every time we do some type of union contract. We've done it several times in the past. We have a lot of information about surrounding towns and, their wages, their benefits. So that work has been done. Most towns have it because we need it. If you ever challenged on a contract, that information is something that needs to be readily available so we can prove that we have footing on what our offering is. So, perhaps maybe working with the personnel board or, getting that information from Bob. I think we as a board, many times have talked about addressing the overall there's you can see some patterns, so to speak. I mean, I hate to say too much, but I think it's something that this board definitely needs to discuss in terms of maybe just a wholesale restructuring of our wage and our benefit package. Based on a lot of the things that you're seeing, we're really starting to see a lot of the fallout, I think, from some of the things that we have in place now. So it's definitely something we've talked about before. We have, things happen. It gets put off, but it shouldn't be put off is what I'm saying.
Bill,
It's
did you want
very-
to add anything to that?
I think the benchmarking would include also cost of living analysis in terms of the housing and other factors. So there's some good affordable housing here, but if you look at a wage scale, what employees are going to have a hard time finding housing in certain sectors of the market. So if you're talking about a housing that is a single family home that's around $400,000, what part of your labor force can't afford that? But that's also a part of the labor force that can't qualify for affordable housing. So there's some place we need to find out how do people solve that? What is that relate like off Cape? Because off Cape, there's a greater ability to do a commute from a place where the housing is affordable versus, you could be off Cape and commuting to here for an hour or so to find someplace affordable, but
Not if you're a firefighter, though, and on call.
and it's really looking at what do we have for wage scales and employee types, and then how does it relate to the available housing? So,
Exactly.
yeah,
Right.
and so beyond the labor costs.
And I think the one thing I am concerned about in the budget, and I always am concerned about it, is that the new hires. And, you talk about the budget and what the needs are. I think that a really great analysis is, what are we investing in that can actually save us money? So sometimes we don't make the investment on things that can save us money in the end. And that's always been something that we've tried to look at. But as far as like the new hires go, I understand, unfortunately, I feel like not only is all that happening, but our employers are doing more with less, right? Because the budget continues to grow and it shrinks what we have. But at the same time, what you talked about with the school, we had some Abrams, years ago when I was first here, we had a few consultants that gave us some really great projections going forward, using the census and everything, and using the formula. Now I know all that is subject to change. However, we were able to really look long-term to try to figure out where we were going to stabilize. And, I think you're right when you say, what happened this year probably isn't going to happen next year. So what's our plan when we make these new hires? Because we're using that levy money now for new employees, and then next year we don't have it anymore. And then guess what? We have to lay the employees off. Or we have to go for an override. So yes, I think a 3-year plan, taking everything into consideration, and especially the school budgets, because, the school budget is a big part of our budget. I'm thrilled this year. It's great. My last year here, kumbaya. This is great. No, it's awesome. But honestly, it's not, we want more school children, we want more families here, right? We're losing our we're losing our year-round people, we're losing our school-age population. So yeah, we want to go up, but we need to plan for it. And we need to see what that looks like. I think this board needs to know what 3 years from now looks like, or potentially could look like.
Yeah.
Because how do you plan your budget?
And I'll let Bob maybe speak to that. But I will say that one theme that has kind of emerged of the new town administration in terms of my understanding of what they have identified is that you're not having people working with their highest and best use. If you've got someone who's got a very specific skill set, they're a higher paid employee and they're doing kind of more minimal like data entry type work, that is not an efficient way to run a department. And to your point, as far as being able to retain good employees and this overall persistent problem we have of employees leaving, is if we can provide that ancillary support, that's going to help with morale, it's going to help with retainment, et cetera. But I'll let Bob speak to the broader kind of how do we pay for it looking ahead.
Hi, Bob.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and the point of taking a look.
20
at-
seconds, Bob.
when you have high-level professionals that are involved with taking the minutes, for boards and committees.
Right.
That's clearly not the most wisest use of the resource. And it just takes up so much of people's time that there's this gargantuan effort on just rolling out an administrative process, and it takes away from building the capacity that we need professionally to move the whole town forward. So, I mean, that's just a point of concern.
Again, I think this just goes to the broader theme of finding efficiencies, streamlining processes, really kind of looking at cleaning up the way that we do things in order to be able to grow as a community.
All right, I'm going to ask Selectman Stone, any comments, reaction?
Just very briefly, thank you very much for your presentation. You've outlined a lot of really cogent challenge areas, if you will. And I agree with you, Stephanie, that the solution to the housing problem is going to take more than just what municipalities can do. It's going to involve the private sector. It's going to involve the market, as you say. And like you, I do have faith in the market being able to address critical needs. I don't think they can do it alone, but I certainly think they have to be a player, because I don't think the municipalities can do it alone either. You talk about efficiencies, potential consolidations. That's been my mantra ever since I became a selectman. I think we have to have efficiency in our municipal operations and in our schools, and we always have to look for opportunities to consolidate services, especially when we have a lot of pressure that's put on our revenue generating capabilities from things like COVID, for example, that come out of nowhere and that are unexpected, and we have to plan for those kinds of things. Employee retention, we've talked about that a lot. It's a big problem. And it's not just entry-level people. It's not just people that we train. I think there's got to be, and this is not new news, it's the board has addressed it, at least in a general way. We have to find out a way where people can advance within the system, and we have to find a kind of a mentoring mentality so that people want to work here and are happy to work here and can be promoted from within the system. Not in all cases, certainly, but in many cases, because we do seem to lose an awful lot of people, and some of them are in very key positions. It puts a lot of pressure on the administration too, because now they have to go down and train people and orient them to the workforce here. So, but you've identified a lot of challenge areas. The board has talked about these things before, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And one thing I'll just say as far as the staffing and the morale is that I've been really impressed seeing that, Bob coming in has, between the team of Bob and Bill, there's been a lot of looking at, all right, let's make sure we've got things standardized. Let's make sure that we're having this accountability, but at the same time, having their back, and saying, and praising when someone does a great job. I mean, I think that the power of, an employee to know that their boss has their back makes a big difference, among many other things that we're going to have to tackle.
It does. It does. Well, before you go, we have an opportunity here for the public. I don't know if there's anybody that's watching on TV or on Zoom or anybody in the audience here, but this is an opportunity for the public to weigh in with your recommendations. And if there's someone from the public that would like to be recognized, now's the time to raise your hand. I don't see anybody on our Zoom connection at all. Do you, Robert?
No hands up.
Okay. Anybody here in the public? Okay. So we're going to close on that note. Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Welcome.
Well done.
And you know me, I can't help but offer one last thought on the housing front. Again, wearing not my chair hat, but as my professional hat. Just a couple of data points. One is there are, in the month of January, there were 89 homes for sale on the entirety of Cape Cod, priced at less than $1 million. And households that are making a combined $200,000 right now are struggling to find rentals or to buy a home.
Yeah.
So from the perspective of, can we capital A solve our way, subsidize our way out of this? Not if we're doing it up to people making $200,000 a year, we can't. So
No,
that's why we
well
have to let
said.
the market respond.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. All right. Well, we're saving the best for last here. I want to invite our representatives. Nothing against the people that have presented before, but as has been said on numerous occasions, that there's good news from the school department. But yeah, and it's nice to have other people singing your praises before you come up and present. But it's good to see you. Thanks for your patience in indulging us.
All a process.
Yeah, you've been through these before. You know how sometimes these meetings can go. So, yeah.
Probably at least my 16th.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks for understanding. Now the big part is getting the slides up. Here we go.
Perhaps you won't mind my saying that while we're waiting for this to light up,
Mhm.
there really is a plan about Emmy Small. Our internal plan is to build an addition onto Station Avenue
We
and
should
have
be
the
part of that
state
conversation.
pay for most of it, if we can make that happen.
Mhm.
The building is really not in great shape, and pouring money into the building is not a good plan. We did apply for MSBA for that last year, and of course,
Yeah.
they did funded very few projects last year.
Right.
Dave is in the process of doing that again this year, but we're going to keep applying, and that's why sometimes we have to ask for a little bit of money to help hold us over. Like we have to have toilets and things like that. So to hold us over but to pour money into that building is, and I think, it's been before the school committee many times. So
Well, I think and I'm not trying to criticize, I think
No,
that
it's
that's
okay.
great. I think, but we need to have that communication. Like we hear about it after you apply for
Mm.
the MSBA, and it would be nice to be involved in our it is our building.
Yeah.
And, coming collectively with a plan together, so we don't have what happened the last time. We want to all be marching on the same path together. So we don't have that fraction. So I just think when those things come up, because that's the first I've heard that was your plan. We've asked a few times in the past to have a conversation, to know what the plan was, but that was the first time I've heard it. So,
well, I apologize
No,
for that. I had no idea that was the case, but
Okay, well,
Anyways.
welcome.
Dave
Dave.
Flynn, our new assistant
I
superintendent
like the
for
tie.
finance and
I
operations.
like the shirt. You're very much in keeping with the time. So thank you. Welcome, Dave.
My father would like it. I think I should start by saying you're welcome, right? I kept hearing the school department all night.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's not often that you hear everybody singing your praises.
So no, in all honesty, glad to be here. So yeah, just he's not showing the picture. That was the topping off ceremony of the new building back in November. A lot of changes since then. Very exciting to see it going up every day. This is the presentation we did to the school committee. So some of these slides are not necessarily for tonight. It was just the overall budget process calendar with them.
No, those slides are helpful. This is the standard presentation. We're used to seeing this information. So by all means, It's good.
So here's the breakdown of our students. It's really, people from the outside, quite honestly, myself included, coming new to the Cape, might not have realized how diverse your two communities are here. So a breakdown of our student population. This is from the Department of Education statistics of African American, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, etc. You can see it's pretty diverse. In fact, more diverse than the state in some categories. Department of Ed also categorizes students in other, what they call select populations, as far as their first language is not English, or an English language learner. So they might have a little bit more English than the other category. Students with disabilities, students who are economically disadvantaged. And then the category that says high needs, that's a student that's in more than one category. So 68% of our students fall into at least one or more of those categories, which is, again, shows the need of the population and the students. But that also is going to get into why you're going to see the increase in state aid that we received this year.
Right. Do you have a percentage on students receiving school lunches or school breakfast program? Is that one of your?
That would be a little bit outdated because since COVID started, it's been free breakfast and lunch for everybody.
Everybody.
So we haven't had to collect
Well,
updated.
we should keep that going, can't we?
Well, the federal
Talk to
government.
legislature.
Federal government just voted to end that for everybody next school year. But for the past year and a half, it's been free with us putting in our claims to the federal government for every breakfast and lunch handed out. So this is, again, as of a year or so ago, the post-high school plans. What do our students do? Where do they go? Between four-year private college, public colleges. So there's 46% there, another 25% to two-year. Two-year colleges, primarily Cape Cod Community College, a great asset here on the Cape. And then apprenticeships, work, military, etc. Down the bottom, it's a pretty good statistic of, in the pandemic year, 40% of our students still at juniors and seniors took one or more advanced placement level college courses. So that's great for them, whether they choose to go straight into college or not. They've got that credit that they could potentially apply towards, their freshman year somewhere and help out with their costs. Here's our foundation enrollment going back to 2015. So you can see, kind of a decline. It rose for a couple of years, then a little bit, kind of a steady decline. Now this year, the FY23 foundation numbers, the very bottom one. The way the state does it, that's actually the October of 2021's enrollment. So that's the current year. So you can actually see we're actually back up 44 students this year from last year. And last year in the pandemic year, you lost, quite a few students. The way the regional agreement goes, the excess costs are apportioned on the 5-year average of the previous 5 years. That's what I've got highlighted in gray for you, the 2018 to 2022. So Yarmouth's share across those 5 years is 67.937%. But you can see the percentages in any given year. Your percentage has been creeping up because even though the overall enrollment had been going down, it had been going down more in Dennis than it was here. So the 5-year rolling average is kind of a benefit because it kind of smooths that out over time. So the governor's version of state aid, which came out on January 26th, you can see we had 3 years in a row of 5.6 million, 5.2, 5.0. Net state aid to the schools, 7.5 million. Quite a jump. We're welcome to have it. It's helping everybody. It's helping most communities. It's going directly into our level services budget for next year. So where does that come from? Primarily state aid of Chapter 70, up 7.9 million to 10,048,000. Regional transportation is projected to go up a few $100,000. School reimbursement, pretty good increase of over 300,000. You'll see on my next slide, that's not quite as good as you might think. School choice tuition, relatively the same. We have right about 100 kids that come in, fluctuates between 96 and 100. This totals a cherry sheet revenue of 12.5 million. Now we go to the cherry sheet charges, which they withhold out of the revenue. The top two are related to school choice. The second one is the charter school tuition. And you can see the charter school is a big increase on the chargeback from 2.2 million to 2.6 million. That's an 18% increase. So the charter school revenue on the previous slide isn't as rosy as it looks because the charter school charge is going up so much. That's also in direct relation to the same formula in Chapter 70 that's giving us more money this year applies to the charter school calculations. So depending upon the charter school enrollments and their populations, that's why that figure is going up. The enrollment really hasn't changed too much in the charter schools. It's all in the Chapter 70 formula to the charter schools. So then this is just net of the two. We have our state aid revenue, less the chargebacks, school choice tuition, gives a total net aid of $7.5 million, which is up $2,496,000 over this current year. This slide and the next one are taken straight from the Department of Education's website. It was really their justification of the increase in Chapter 70 this year and where it came from. Overall, they added 8.8% to Chapter 70 statewide, and primarily those 5 areas: benefits and fixed charges, guidance, special ed, English language learners, and low-income students. Those bottom 2 bullet points, English learners and low-income students, is what really helped us in the formula this particular year. Primarily the top of this bullet point, the state changed their definition or expanded their definition of low income to 185% of the federal poverty level. Previously, the income level was 133%. So without any change in someone's economic status, they may now qualify for low income, which then adds an increment in the Chapter 70 formula, which we receive. And also the definition on the bottom bullet points. If you get state public assistance, supplemental nutrition, transitional aid to families, certified low income, or homeless, you are automatically put in those categories. So these bars here, this is our foundation enrollment numbers by the categories: preschool, K to 12, special ed, in district, special ed, out of district, English language learners, and low income. The key to pick from this graph is the variation between the green and the blue bars, primarily out on the 2 right-hand columns, English language learners and the low income. It's fairly steady in all the other columns, I should say. But you can see a 320 student increase in the low income. So you take those 320 students times the incremental factor in the Chapter 70 formula, that's putting a lot more money in our formula for this year. Here it is represented in dollars, those same student categories. Again, fairly level across all the other categories. You look further out at the low income, 7.2 million to 10.3 million. So added $3.1 million to the foundation budget calculation just from that one category alone, and how the state chose to put funds into that this year. I want to back up 1 second. People may have heard me say this before. You look at our total students and think, gee, there's over 3,000 students there. You don't have 3,000 students in your schools. You're correct. Our foundation enrollment is every student in Dennis and Yarmouth that the 2 towns are fiscally responsible for. So those head counts include the school choice and the charter school students because we are fiscally responsible for them. And it does not include any school choice in because they are fiscally responsible by the town where they reside. So it's, it's indicative of the students that live in this town, but it doesn't tie directly to the enrollment in our schools. I just wanted to point that out to people who might say, hey, you don't have 3,000 students. So the Chapter 70 calculation in a nutshell starts with the foundation enrollment, and it's up 44 students this year from the prior year. So the foundation budget formula in total went up 5.6 million. Then they subtract off the minimum contribution for every community. It's the same formula, base formula that they use across the state. Now, those are pretty big increases for Dennis and Yarmouth this year in the minimums. 1.3 million over in Dennis, 1.8 million for you guys here, an 8.45% increase in the minimum contribution. And that's also because the state said if we're putting more money into Chapter 70, they're also going to keep enforcing their formula where they calculate the minimum amounts for every community. But they have a target share is what they come up with. And they feel that the wealthiest communities, the state should pay no more than 12.5% of the foundation budget. And in the poorest communities, it's the other way around. The community shouldn't have to pay any more than 12.5%. So here in Dennis and Yarmouth, as you all well know, there's a tremendous amount of property wealth. So in the state's formula, the state feels that you are a wealthy community. They don't even take into account, the students or the families who are coming here. They take into account the overall income of the town, but also with the property values, which has nothing to do with the enrollment. And they say, both of your communities are very wealthy communities. You qualify for the minimum 12.5%. And if you're not there, they're trying to force themselves there. So make no bones about it. When the state says that you should contribute 87.5% at least, they're saying that they don't want to give you any more than 12.5%. So
That's really what they mean.
exactly. Right? They might frame it the other way, but that's really what they mean. So you subtract out the minimum contributions, and it's more complicated than that, but on the nutshell, the net difference is the Chapter 78. So you take the $45 million foundation budget, less the $35 million required contributions from the two communities, leaves you with the $10 million in Chapter 78. Of the 8 K to 12 districts on the state, this is our per pupil expenditure average as of FY20. That's the most recent data that's published by the state for all the communities. So with the third lowest per pupil expenditure on the, so it's not, not the lowest, certainly not the highest, probably just slightly below average. This next slide is kind of a heat map of salary data, select salaries. B1 means bachelor's step 1, fresh out of college. So red is low on the scale vertically, green's the highest. So as you read across Dennis Yarmouth, we're red or orange in every category, which means we're the lowest of the selected communities. So the lowest B1 salary, lowest M1 salary. It's orange for master's top salary, so it's kind of in the middle. We're the only school district that has a 60-40 split on health insurance. So getting back to what you guys were talking about earlier, how do you attract somebody and how do you retain somebody when this is what the competition is out there in your other communities? I said this before, somebody who wants to come work for us, has some experience, they're 40, 50 years old, they're looking probably for where they want to be. If you're coming out of college and you're 22, 23, 24, you want money in your pocket more than anything, right? So you're going to look at your districts and say, who's going to give me the most money? Who's going to give me the least expensive health insurance? So this kind of illustrates what we're up against with surrounding communities, especially with entry-level talent. So going into next year, even with the favorable Chapter 70 money, we really just wanted to preserve a level serviced budget. So what does that mean? Point number 1, retain our current staffing level, have everybody who works for us now come back. We actually have no new positions in the budget whatsoever. We're just, if there were to be something new, we'd find another way, potentially through one of the ESSER grants to fund it. But as of the operating budget, there are no new positions in there. And we also need to address contractual increases. So special needs costs go up every year. The transportation contract with the buses, both in district and out of district. Facilities and grounds, insurance and retirement, that increase in the charter school tuition, that does need to be included and appropriated in the budget. Even though it's a chargeback, we don't pay the bill, it needs to be appropriated in the budget. And then address building maintenance and fixed assets. So where does that bring us in our overall picture of the Department of Ed, major function codes? So primarily number 2, 2000, instruction. That's where the bulk of our money goes, $35.8 million. And that's where the bulk of the increase is. And within that, it's probably, off the top of my head, 80% salaries. That's all of our teachers, paraprofessionals, direct instructional staff. And all the other line items are really just any cost of living increases in existing contracts, such as transportation, custodial, and things such as that. The line down the bottom, debt service, is the outstanding debt that's approved through the district on behalf of the 2 towns. We only have 4 pieces of debt that are outstanding right now. 2005 from the high school, which you can see the split essentially 61-39 between the 2 towns. 2013 Ezra Baker, 100% Dennis. 2021, the DY Intermediate Middle School, that was the new bond that just went out in September or October. The 65-35 split, and then a small ban 2022 in Yarmouth, plan to pay it off in July, 100% on Yarmouth.
What was that last one for? I'm sorry.
That was some various small projects that are probably about 5 years old that you guys have had some short-term, we meaning the district, did the borrowing for it and have been paying it off over the past 4 or 5 years. It was included, I'm not remembering correctly, there was phone system upgrades, there was some technology upgrades, there were several, it involved several schools approximately 5 or 6 years ago. And that was the Yarmouth portion of it. So then getting into how the assessments are actually calculated. The top three lines are historical. That's what it would have been under the old formula. It's my understanding that people would just like to see for reference purposes what it would have been. So really to start with line 4. Starts with the required minimum contributions as set by the Department of Education. And then the amount that's above the minimum contribution is set by the percentage breakdown of the 5-year average of your foundation budget, which, as you recall, with those 5 years shaded in gray on the previous slide. You add those two together and you get your statutory assessment. You can see through the 2 green boxes that whether it was the old method or the current method under the regional agreement, you're still at $52,638,000 for the total assessments of the operating budget. Still harkening back to the old formula, but it still gets added in the same way as any lines in the budget considered to be capital within our own budget, and then transportation within our budget. The transportation is net of the revenue projected that we receive from the state. So we take our total transportation costs, subtract out the projected revenue, and then apportion the net amount amongst the 2 towns based on enrollment. And gives you a total operating assessment of the $18,200,000 for Dennis and $37,869,000 for here in Yarmouth. So how does that compare to this year? So currently this year, your assessment is $37,376,507 on the operating budget. So we'd be going to $37,869,000 for a $492,000 increase, which is only 1.318%. And again, we are largely able to achieve that by taking the increase in state aid and just putting it right towards the operating budget.
With no corresponding increases for anything new.
So it's great. Other than contractual increases, that's the only thing we're putting forward for next year.
What did you project for health insurance increases in your budget?
So the rates are going up largely 3%. I have just a little bit more than 3% in there because of the mix of turnover in people and retirees, and you get stuck with their, not stuck, but you have their insurance for the rest of their life. So I want to say it's probably about 4% that's in there while the rates are going up 3%.
Because we projected 8 on our side.
Right, and
Well,
the
make my
rates
case.
came in, that was the original.
The original.
And then they came in at 3.
So then this is just taking the operating assessment, the $37,869, plus the debt service, which is attributable to you, for a total assessment of $39,792,435 inclusive of the debt. And our total budget would be the $71,776,209, including debt. That's the end of our presentation tonight.
That's great. Thank you. I'll go around the board. Selectman Smith, any questions, comments?
Is the debt service is inclusive of interest, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I've always been disappointed in the fact that economically disadvantaged 60% in the district, and we're considered a wealthy town. It's nuts. That's just my editorial comment. Again, thank you for the presentation.
And the one thing I would say to that, at least in this current year, well, projected for FY23, at least the state, I think, is attempting to address some of those things by putting the money in the categories where they did, because otherwise we would not have seen such an increase. So we'll take it for this year. I don't have a crystal ball for next year.
That's the problem that I was just going to say. It's
Right.
I've always said it's great to get state funding, but sometimes as a community, we're fortunate not to get much and not to depend on that fluctuation, because your budget, for us went up under the 2%, which is fabulous, but your budget went up 4%. We were able to balance the differential with the state income, and we pray, right, that the income's going to be there next year, because if not, we have, the 4% plus 2.5%, and it goes on. I mean, we all deal with it. It's hard. So it makes me, and you're right. I mean, the formula has been broken for so long, for a short period of time. They were making progress on some of their ideas on reformulating it, but you wonder how much this housing crisis then, because the housing crisis just isn't on the Cape, right? So the housing crisis and the assessed values are going to be across the board, and you wonder how that's going to affect some of these other communities. And whether or not they're state aid, they're going to be at that same percentage, or they're going to get less and we might get more. But yeah, it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. It's just, it makes absolutely no sense. I'll hold the rest of my comments, but I appreciate, I've missed you this year. It's my first year not being the liaison and watching the entire process. I'm sure somebody was there. Who's our liaison now? Is it Dan, Peter? Who's our, nobody's watched all year. Okay. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Selectman Stone?
Thank you. It's nice to see the budget come in at the level that it came in this year. It's a welcome reprieve, particularly in this very difficult climate that we're in economically. When I was on the negotiating committee and you were involved, Carol, and Norm Holcomb had pointed out many of the inequities of the school funding formula. You know, a home, a property, piece of property for most of us is a hard asset. It's a fixed asset, and it has nothing to do with our ability to make payments on things because you can't do it both ways. And to have state aid based on values when we had such high levels of economically challenged families is ridiculous. We should be getting far more subsidized than we are. Fortunately, Mr. Holcomb was instrumental in negotiating the 5-year rolling average, which does help the town of Yarmouth somewhat with against spikes. That was something that was accomplished. But I think and he's here tonight, he can correct me. I think in terms of the property, I think Dennis has got higher assessed values overall than the town of Yarmouth does.
Yeah, they do.
Which is another piece of illogic, really, in terms of how these school formulas work.
Their property values are $1 billion higher than you guys are.
$1 billion.
Yeah, but they're overall, they have less properties to value. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a very, very difficult place where we find ourselves in terms of school funding and state aid. But thank you very much for bringing in the numbers that you did. It's appreciated.
That's very good. Thank you, Mike. I had something that I wanted to bring up, but I think what I'd like to do is, in the interest of time, excuse you, and I'd like to bring this up. This is the transfer of funds to the capital stabilization. I'd like to talk about that, but in the interest of time, I'd like to move on and give the public a chance to make some comments. So is there anybody, let's just look at the Zoom screen. Is there anybody online looking to speak during public comments? I don't see anybody. Do you here in the audience? Norm, Mr. Holcomb, feel free to come to the podium.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. One, Mark, you just touched on it, was the reallocation. And my first question is, how much is your E&D at this point?
It was certified at approximately 2.9 million.
And I saw a letter, I think it was from Phil Morris, was it to the school committee asking for $2.5 million transfer to stabilization, or has that occurred already?
So the letter from Mr. Morris was stating that the school committee took a vote at not the meeting yesterday, but 2 weeks ago.
I see.
That they took a vote to do that transfer, which then by law, we have to notify the two communities that they took that vote. And
Okay.
then 45 days later, it would take effect unless it was potentially voted down.
All right. So that, assuming both Dennis and Yarmouth agree to that, then that $2.5 million would go to stabilization. There'd be about 400,000 roughly left in the E&D account.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. All right. So in order to spend those funds from stabilization, what is required?
So there's two things. The only thing you can spend it on is anything that you could potentially borrow money for. So You as a municipality, I'm sure you're aware, us as a district, there are only certain things you could borrow money for. So even though you wouldn't be borrowing, that's threshold number one. You could only, so I couldn't buy that trash can with it.
Right.
And then number two is it requires a 2/3 vote of the school committee ahead of time to approve the project that you would want to spend those funds on.
Okay, so it's the school committee that makes the decision on it. It's not, doesn't go to town meeting or anything of that nature then?
Correct. It's a 2/3 vote of the school committee.
Okay, all right. Just as a note, personally, I think I commend the board for doing that. I think that it's been a long time coming, trying to build a stabilization fund. We've talked about that on many times here on this board, that we would like to see that, but the pressures of the budget always made that very, very difficult. And apparently, because of the state funding changes, you've had that opportunity this year, creating some E&D that could then be utilized for that purpose. And I personally think that's great. It will help, I think, in future planning tremendously. So, and I think it'll relieve some pressure that has been felt from both communities over the past few years with not being able to fund some of the pressing needs of the district. So.
Exactly. I've spoken with Mr. Rittenauer several times about this. This me coming in, but my personal feeling is the school district, if they can, should take care of smaller to medium size capital things and only go to the two communities for truly large items.
The
And this is
biggies,
my,
right.
you don't have to agree with me, but that's my take on it.
Oh, good. I'm glad to see it in any case.
You have to use the mic.
Oh, sorry about that. I was trying to not turn my back.
Yeah.
Second question I had is with regard to the formula change that was discussed earlier, and that is that it's what, 67 point something or other % right now that Mr. Stone referred to, that is the 5-year average. And that I think is going to change in 2024. Not that it's going to be different from the 5-year average, but that Dennis's enrollment as a result of changes over the last few years may flip that a little bit. Do you have any projections on what the impact of, in 2024, 25?
You can figure out 2024 already today because you just shift down your average from 18 to 22, shift it down from 19 to 23 on the 5-year. We already have those figures. I don't have it printed in my calculation.
Okay.
But I could already tell you what next year's split is going to be if I had my computer in front of me.
Okay, but I guess I'm concerned. I don't know whether it's going to have a significant impact such that it'll require a shift to Yarmouth in 2024, or is that probably going to occur in 2025?
I mean, there's going to be a little bit more of a shift because in your 5-year average, you have a 66% dropping off and a 69% coming on. So
Okay.
you're dropping a 66, adding 69 is 3% more average that out over 5 years. You get 3/5. So
Right.
it's probably off the top of my
Right.
head, putting a 0.6% shift.
Yeah. All right, but it will start going the other way. That's basically the point I was trying to make. So, okay. The last question I have is with regard to the chart that you had up. I don't know if you can bring it back up, of the salaries and wages, and you said there were the red boxes that you had there. And I'm interested to see that because it's saying that we're at the low end in terms of compensation for various key points. Is this for teachers?
Yes.
It is for teachers. All right, so here's my question. Our spending per pupil is right in the ballpark with other communities, about $18,000 a student. Yet we're paying our teachers at the low end. So where's the money going? If we're paying the teachers low, yet our cost per student is level with other towns, where is the money going? And I'm not sure you can answer that off the bat. There are state statistics on that.
I mean,
The Department of Education has a breakdown of per pupil costs for each function of a school. And I think it's important to look at that.
Would you say that our one-on-one aides or paraprofessionals, based on the high needs that we have, are probably what throws that number off?
That's one potential. The other is the number of facilities that you have. When you think about it, in Bourne, they might have 3 schools because they have such a smaller number of students. So, in the busing, take busing. If you have a larger town, we have 2 towns, the area that the buses have to go. There are
we
many.
need 32 buses.
Transportation in that 18,000 or
Total cost, yeah.
So, for example, we need 32 buses for
right
3,000 kids. The school
Right, but
district I
again,
came from- I'm just saying, the school district I came
Department of
from
Education.
had- If I could just finish. real
Sure,
quick.
I'm sorry.
So the school district I came from prior to here, we had 4,700 students and 18 buses. So there's an example right there that their per pupil transportation was half of what it is down here. So without getting into the size of the buildings, the mix of the buildings, the geographic distances, the number of buses, there's 100 factors that go into that figure.
I have to tell you, when I was on the board of Selectmen, I did look at that information and brought that up. And
Haven't looked at it in a
Tracy
while.
hit on one thing that was a highlight at one point in time. It's ever changing. And I know the district had been through some restructuring 2 or 3 years ago and kind of responded to that issue, I think. But I think it's worthwhile pursuing if we're spending about the same as other communities in total, yet our teacher compensation is low. Where's that differential going? Because it's going to other things other than our teacher compensation. So, if we're allocating things differently, I don't know what the answer is to that, but I think it's worthwhile some discussion.
Okay. Anybody else from the public? Hearing none, that concludes this agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda for tonight is the discussion about possible new positions and a possible vote by the board. So I'm going to turn this over to the town administrator to kick things off.
And in the proposed budget, there are 2 new positions. One is a part-time, one is a full-time. And I'd like to invite, I know Mark's here, I see Bruce. There is a full-time housing inspector that's requested, and there's some memos with information on both of these 2 new positions.
Housing, and what's the other one?
Conservation.
I thought I saw something that there was going to be a part-time human resource person as well. Did I not read that correctly?
They're already in the budget. We have part-time human resources.
It hasn't been approved, but has this board had a discussion or
Well,
approved it?
It's been in the budget, so.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
That's a good question.
I thought it was something new because it was added.
No
When-
people are here.
But there's a person that's filling that position that's been there for a while, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We might have to do a little bit of history on
Well,
when
that's-
that actually kicked in.
Okay.
So we have before us
might have
Mr.
missed it.
Grills and Mr. Murphy, the dynamic duo. And it's good to see you, maskless
Yes.
for once in a while. God, I'm trying to think what he looked like. I almost forgot what Bruce looked like. I don't know if you want to set the stage on this, Bob, but
This is an item that we've had some significant discussion throughout the year. We attempted to try to privatize it. We couldn't find, the right candidates to do that. But essentially, I mean, our situation is that with the large number of rental housing units that we have in town, now coupled with all of the short-term rentals, it creates a problem in terms of inspections of those. How do you guarantee that the housing that's available, that's being rented, is safe? is it decent? Is it habitable for living? And, if you take a look, these gentlemen are going to share with you that just the number of sheer complaints that we have that are hard to follow up on. Never mind, how do you have a legitimate program to conduct inspections every year for all of these units? And so they have a proposal that there is fees, that it doesn't cover the operations of the entire department, but with the fees that they have, they can cover the housing inspection process that they're going through. And I think in the future, so that's one good thing. It's not coming directly from taxes, although the department's operations do come directly from taxes. And in the future, at the amount that they get per fee, it's $80. I think if there's growth in the cost, there's the possibility to look at those fees, potentially move that up to 100, which would provide more money. But the key thing is we've been working for a year on how do we get into all of these rental housing units? How do we ensure that they're up to the standards that are livable? And so that's what this proposal does. And I don't want to steal too much of Bruce's thunder on it.
I think what would be helpful in your presentation is if you could also explain what you're doing currently in terms of staff, how you're handling what the load is now and how you're currently managing that.
Yes.
That would be helpful as well.
Good. Welcome, Mr. Chairman, Board of Selectmen again. I do have Board of Health Chairman Hill Bosky is on Zoom, that he'll has a few points also to say. You do have in the packet the overview of the housing program, and I'll touch on that a little bit. And I know people are probably still up listening at home waiting for this. So there's roughly right now we have 3,000 rental housing units in town that we inspect each year that register with us, and we need to go out and do health and safety inspections. We have one inspector to do that, along with complaints, and that one person just can't keep up doing 3,000 inspections, re-inspections, and following up complaints. So, and we've been looking at this for several years. I mean, we've been looking at adding this position for a couple of years. We did take the suggestion from the board, and we looked at a contract person. We had an intern for a year and a half that worked with us. And that person did inspections and complaints. And we noticed a difference when that person was here. We could get out and do more inspections and follow up on more complaints. So that was very helpful. But that person did not stay on with us, and we're looking at that. We really need to have a permanent position to go out and do the inspections. We've seen an increase in rental units over the last couple of years. I think you see more people renting their homes now. The money that some of these places are making, $10,000, $20,000 per week. So you're seeing more rental units, which is obviously requiring more inspections, also generating more complaints. The inspections are done as they register each year. They'll call in, and especially the summer rentals. I mean, we have year-round rentals, that go year-round, but we have the big summer crunch coming in, and they need an inspection. We try to get a baseline inspection before the people go in. So, there's a big crunch in May, June to get out there, do inspection, and versus trying to get in on a weekend, or that's when they're doing a turnover. So we can't get in there to do inspections. So we try to work with the owners as much as we can on that. So it's the inspection that we're doing is following the state housing code for the safety and health reasons. It's important. Housing is important out there, and we need to get out and do that. Some of the problems that we're encountering, besides the getting out there, the lack of inspections on a timely basis, is responding to complaints. Complaints have increased over the last several years also. And that ranges from, as I've noted, to no heat, no trash, rodents, bed bugs, cockroaches, mice, rats, overcrowding, noise, illegal units, unregistered units, mildew, mold, units that we find when we go out, or police or fire department bring to our attention if they respond to a place and see extra people living in a basement or an attic. So then we also have to do enforcement, which takes up a considerable amount of time, that you try to work with the person and send a letter, then you do a ticket, then it's a court action. So there's a lot of extra time for that one person right now to try to keep up with it while you're also trying to do inspections. The duties, responding to the complaints, but also trying to track and working with the secretary, other rentals that might be out there. I mean, we all drive by and we see house for rent. And I drive by and I'll call in the office, do we have this? But a lot of times we don't have this to call in. So we just kind of see what comes in. The enforcement is a big part. Monitoring the rentals is a big part. That this person we're requesting will help us. We work closely with building department on rentals, police and fire, as I mentioned, but we also get calls from neighbors that will say, I think this person's renting their house and I just saw it up on Craigslist, and is it rented? Because I see 6 people in there or 8 people in there. And we have to go through that research, go out there. A lot of times we find out it's not registered with us. We contact the owner, say, you got to register it. And that person's going to say, oh, I didn't know I need to register. And it's already rented for the summer with 8 people. Well, gee, it's only a 3-bedroom house. You're only supposed to have 6 in there. Well, I've already rented it and I got the money for the whole summer. And that's difficult because too many people in the house, too many cars on the property, and a strain on the septic system. So, and they'll say, well, we didn't know it was a rental. Well, we get that out. We work closely with the realtors in town. We also post on the water department water bill that you need to register a rental, and that's been on there for probably 5 or 6 years, so it's out there. So that's a big area that we need to get into. I also included in the packet that we have a lot of large rentals in town. Condominium properties, rental properties, and so forth. That's almost 1,300 units. We bring in almost $100,000 annually just from the large property complexes that we have in town. Some of that's new, being the Yarmouth Gardens, the Yarmouth Commons that have come on. So we know that money's coming in. We look at tracking the money. We work with Ed very closely, and we looked at that again with the town manager of what the budget would look like. So I think even since the first of the year, this year, since January, when money's due, registrations start to come in, we've brought in about $195,000 just in this first 2.5 months. So we get a lot of that money in here, and we know it needs about $250,000 to run the program. And that's including 40% benefits for this person and the other 2 people in there. The other 2 people, the inspector and the secretary, the housing inspector right now are retired military, so they're not using the health part of that 40%. So there's a little bit of savings there. So it's a very busy area, and it's been that way. I mean, the program's been with us since 1978, and it's just grown and grown and grown, and it's just hard for one people to keep it up. And I think getting out into the community, the people, the residents like to have timely responses to their complaints and follow up. And feel safe about renting housing, and the people next to them are renting housing and so forth. And just one thing is, I know you talked on tires and mattresses. One thing we see a lot in rentals is mattresses, and it sounds simple to get rid of. Oh, it's 2 mattresses behind the house. Well, you go over there, you talk to the tenant. Well, it's not mine, or one's mine. Someone was left here. Got to call the owner. So you go back and forth, all of a sudden it's 3 weeks later, the neighbor calls, how come the mattress is out there? And it could be 6 transactions to try to get that done. So it's something as simple as that. And then the next thing after they move it, who knows where it is? It's back out in the woods with the tires, and the police call us.
So then you have to call the neighbor to pick it up because it goes back and forth. So we work closely with DPW and Jeff on that. So that's always a challenge on that. So that's the overview. We did meet with the planning board as they're discussing short-term rentals only and the effect of, their regulations going forward. And I think you have a letter of support from the planning board in there also of going forward, that needing staff to do inspections and enforcement.
Mr. Grills,
I have nothing more to add, but all I can say is that all of the services that Bruce provides is for $80 a property. So not all of them are a problem, but
yeah,
a lot of the, a lot of them are.
yeah. Well, but I'm going to go to Hillard in a second here, but the board, I mean, we've talked about this. I think when the whole short-term rental program was set up, and in many cases to help fund wastewater improvements, I think we all knew that at some point it was going to create some additional demand. So we've been sort of anticipating that things would get busier there. But I'm glad that you've put together a program to help figure out how to do it. Dr. Bosky, would you like to speak? We just have to, can we unmute Dr. Bosky here?
Can anyone hear me there?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, great. Yeah. I don't mean to belittle mattresses, Bruce. Sorry, but I think at times we're talking about a lot more serious issues. You mentioned people sleeping in basements. Bruce is out there checking for egress window requirements. Are they being met? You have people that are stuck sleeping in places they should not be. Talking about hookups for gas ovens, and obviously CO levels are a serious matter. So in making your decision, I just ask that you keep that in mind. We're talking about health and safety and appropriate response time, which I'm sure is not happening all the time from the health department just because of the numbers.
Okay. I'm going to start with Selectman Stone. Any comments?
Just a couple of matters. How long does it take you? You mentioned some of these condo developments and so forth, and large. How long does it typically take to go through a house to inspect it? And then what follows that?
The inspection is probably about at least a half hour, not including the travel time when you get up there. Going through it, but the thing is, when you're going to a condominium complex, a lot of times you're just going into one unit. It's not like you can call and say, can I do 5 units? Because everybody's working. Not everybody rents at the same time. They can't be home. So it's not that easy that you can go there. So what we try to do is we look at breaking the town down into quadrants. So, this morning we'll do, West Yarmouth in the morning and South Yarmouth in the afternoon. So we're not crisscrossing the town. We'll try to keep that as efficient that way. But, it's only now when they're just opening Yarmouth Commons and Yarmouth Gardens, when we can go all the way through just to get a baseline, but they're brand new. So it's when you're getting back into other ones, it's more difficult, the older ones. And what we feel is that you should be able to go down a street and not just say, oh, which one's a rental or whatever. Everybody should be keeping their properties up. And we have some very challenging landlords that continually don't keep their property up, and that they have multiple units, and we're constantly, trying to get them up, and we get complaints from them. Then it's a landlord tenant thing, and that chews up a lot of time in possible court cases. So it's trying to work with some challenging.
That was my other question. These inspectors sometimes get diverted into court proceedings, and how often does that happen?
Absolutely.
Does that happen very often?
Well, it does. We try to work with, obviously, the owner first. We'll call them, we'll send them a certified letter, what needs to be done. If not, then we'll issue a ticket. Then that takes time, then we have to go to court. Sometimes we go right to court without the ticket, depending what the violation is. But that is time consuming. So we try to get as much working with the landlords that we have out there. And we have a lot of very good landlords and people to work with. But there's some challenges out there that we're properties that we always continually have to inspect.
And the next question is more for the public, but it's not just year-round rentals that require an inspection, correct?
Correct. It's whether you rent seasonal, year-round, or you're just renting seasonal for the week. And a lot of times, people don't know how much they're renting for. They'll say, gee, I think I'll rent for the half the summer. Then all of a sudden, they rent for the full summer, or we're seeing more short-term rentals, and that's the difficulty. We're not seeing the long-term rentals. And that's what's also making it difficult for the workforce out there. From talking to the businesses when we're inspecting it out there, they're having difficulty finding rentals now because everybody's renting them for a higher price now. So, and I know you discussed that earlier tonight, the difficulties with the workforce and housing. And that's becoming more so when we've talked to recent businesses getting ready to open now. Where do you put the work? Where do you put the workers? 20 years ago, the colleges were here, 20 to a house. Now you don't see that because it's no overcrowding and the noise, but now you don't have that workforce.
So last question, if I could, do a lot of these inspections by necessity have to occur during the rental season because there's just so many houses that you can't get in before it starts?
No, we do them throughout the year. It's amazing. People coming out through the year. A lot of people will say, we don't want to schedule now. We'll schedule and come down. We're going to stay in the house in June. We'll rent it out in July. So we'll do them then. And then a lot of people that will contact us because we put on the rental application, call for an inspection so we can see, oh, you don't need an inspection this year, but we need one next year. So we're constantly calling people for our follow-ups to do inspections.
Right. Thanks.
Selectman Post.
Well, I appreciate all the information and I appreciate you tried to do it as a contract because I think that would have been a great solution. As you've listened to, you know how our budgets go up and down, and right now there's room. Next year, who knows, but the numbers that you've presented show that it's basically self-funding.
Yes.
We think about other things like OPEB and long-term retirement, forever. So that's why I think trying the contract is a great way to go first, but I appreciate the information you put forward. I mean, it's clearly there's a need. Clearly, we need to make sure people are safe. I mean, that's not in question. It's just the way how we go about doing it, and doing it to the best that we can for the taxpayers. So, I think trying that was great, but this proves that that it's basically self-funded and that it's the way to go. So I appreciate it.
Correct. And we are looking at probably raising the rental fee from 80. We talked about that. It hasn't been raised in a few years. So that will allow us to have a lot more flexibility in this, and it won't affect the taxpayers at all because we'll be self-funding.
Particularly on the Airbnbs. Oh my God,
Yes,
the kind of money that's being.
And we
hauled
notice
in
the
there.
Airbnbs, we do look at them. We do look at vacationrentals.com. We look at them from time to time.
Is that a fee proposal that has to come before the board, or is that a Board of Health?
It's a Board of Health raise, but I think all fees become before you. So
Okay. So we'll be hearing more about this.
yeah, we were projecting something that would, depending how things go, that would probably bring that back, in the summer and the fall. So we'd be ready for the next season.
Okay, that's great. Selectman Smith?
And can I just say one more other point is?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Just go.
It's a good point though.
Go ahead.
Not to jump in there is, we know we have 3,000 units right now, but we think there's also another potential of another 500 to 1,000 out there that fall off the grid. People just don't re-register. They forget to register. They were going to register. They weren't sure when they're going to do it. So there's a lot of people that's off the grid that we need to get back. And we want to make sure they get back, because if it's a short-term rental, we want to make sure that gets up to the state so the town gets its money back.
I just hope that you can take care of all this workload. I mean, this is a lot of work.
It's
This poor person, we don't want to burn them out just yet, right?
Thank goodness COVID's gone down.
Yeah, that's true. That's a big help.
But I think that, I don't know, from my perspective, I think, it'd be great if there was some check and balance with these web places. Cause I always worry about that. You go into a place, you assume it's safe, right? You assume they've done, I want to make sure there's carbon monoxide detectors and a smoke alarm. I don't want to stay with my family in a place that doesn't have that. So
Yeah.
it would be nice to have some type of,
There's not. You go on these places online,
I know
you just assume that it's legitimate.
Exactly.
And you recognize the name. They don't have any quality control. They don't have any inspectors. you never know what you could walk into, and it's only communities such as ours that are responsible
Right.
enough to ensure that, you know, that these units are looked at.
I know it, but I'm just saying that would be nice that Airbnb had a mark of approval to know that they went through their inspection. So a family that goes, it just amazes me that people go and stay in places that may not have a.
I think that will end up at some point being a marketing pitch that you'll see eventually
And it is.
fall in.
We do get some calls
Right.
on that from people going down, say, I'm going to come down there. I just picked it up on Airbnb. Does the town follow to inspect it? We get several of those calls, or we get calls at the other end is, I just came into it and this place is really run down. It's not what was presented. And of course, they're not, either one of us is registered with us.
Yeah.
But you're right. Hopefully people are becoming more savvy that
Yeah.
they need to check on that.
I think there's I'm glad you're warning everybody that there's more to this than meets the eye, because I share that same suspicion. What I'd like to see is just, for us to figure out a way to make sure that as the demand picks up, that we can keep an eye just to make sure that the service is covered.
Right.
I mean, I think that's our big concern, is just making sure that, we have adequate revenues coming in to cover the cost of the
And
service.
We
so that the
track
public-
that
the
monthly
public
as
is
it comes
protected.
in.
Yeah.
So it goes in. So we can track that. We work with Ed. We track it calendar year, fiscal year, so we can see what that is. But I think with looking at the budget and projections with an increase that we should be able to cover that.
Yeah. Selectman Smith, did you have any comments?
I, on a kind of a different note, we've done an inspection. It passes inspection. Somebody stays there and has a problem. What's our liability?
Well, the
The guy is now violating the certificate.
By either overcrowding or noise or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Usually what we would call we'd call the landlord or the owner
Yeah.
and say, we're having problem with the tenant. Probably we'll talk to the tenant first, because we'll go out there, it'll probably be a police or fire complaint. We'll go out there and say, your noise or crowding or trash. And a lot of times we'll get a satisfactory result. If not, we'll call the landlord. Some landlords respond better than others and more quickly than others. So sometimes it drags on a little longer than we hope.
But we don't necessarily have a liability if
We
if a
have
landlord is-
limited liability that's included in the statutes for the inspections. You'd have to prove gross malfeasance, and this even applies to the building commissioner's office, that they do their best efforts to do the inspections, but if something's built wrong, that's the responsibility of the person that built it. If one of these units is not kept safe, it's the responsibility of the people that are operating the unit, and the town is not held responsible for if we inspect it and then it turns out not to be safe.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up
Go right ahead.
question?
Go ahead. Selectman.
You ever run into a situation where you go out there and inspect it and you say, you're not going to pass inspection, and the landlord does not correct the condition and then rents it anyway? Have you ever run into situations like that?
There's been some, probably the ones we're called in from police and fire when they go out and see something like that. Usually the people don't call and say, come out to my house when they know it's not ready. Even though I think we've had a couple. But it's those the ones we go out, and those situations are usually harder because it's usually a hoarding situation by a tenant or an owner.
Yeah.
But there's ones that we've been out. I mean, we went out to a rental that had 30 cats.
Oh,
And
geez, really?
in the house. And, so we did condemn that house at that night. But you have to get the people out, and, they were on assistance. So there's a lot of moving parts with human services. So there are tough ones out there. Absolutely.
Illegal apartments is also a big issue in people's basements. They build bedrooms, and as Bruce mentioned, police
All
and
the
fire
time.
get called out. So I have a whiteboard hanging in my office that probably has 20 illegal multifamily units in town that we've been to court with. And, he's gone to court for housing court. I think the closest one is Plymouth.
Well, Bonspo's doing something now down at the district.
Yeah, okay. It was Plymouth before and then New Bedford. We've been to court. I've been to Superior Court numerous times. I bumped into you there, going in with town council, dealing with people with illegal housing issues, and we have another one.
I wasn't
coming up pretty
involved.
soon. No, you were not.
I was there on
I
another
bumped into you in the
case.
parking lot.
I wasn't renting anything.
But
What they
we,
don't want to tell you is sometimes the most egregious violators are the most combative people to deal with.
Oh, yeah, always.
oh yeah, I have a
Always.
40-page email diatribe from some really wonderful
You
person.
know, this extra basement apartment thing is not uncommon. We've had cases in the office where somebody said they're buying a 3 or 4 bedroom home. And we look at the assessor's card and it says 2 bedrooms. So right away we say, hey, something's up here, you know? And generally it's some apartment that's put in the basement with no permits or.
Yeah, as soon as fire and police call us, we end up, it's actually a mutual department thing. We have to go and check for building code violations. So they're writing violation notices, we're writing violation notices, and it's
There's a lot
long
to it.
process. There's a lot to it.
A quick question procedurally, and this is to the town administrator. Procedurally, if we were to endorse this tonight, what steps need to be taken next in order to bring this about?
It needs to go to town meeting for approval.
Okay,
And
so-
then it would take effect July 1. And then we would have that intervening process to, conduct recruitment, make sure I think we have a job description. And
I'd make a motion that we
Endorse.
endorse the proposal to hire 1 new housing inspector as presented.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion from the board? No? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bosky. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Ed Centio
And,
in the room for his assistance and
Yes.
yes, by all means, let's bring up the next item, the next hire. Let's talk about that, conservation.
And I'd like to invite Karen up. I don't want to put her on the
Well, she's
spot.
been here all night. She might as
All right,
well.
though, I know she doesn't want
She
to be
might as well
left out at this
move
point.
around.
It's nice to stand up.
Yeah, it's nice to stand, walk.
And I do want to call
Yeah,
to
we
your
do.
attention, Karen had a nice detailed
Oh,
memo.
here it is. Oh, we got that.
In the packet, and I know she'd like to speak to it, but generally, the problem with this particular position is a situation in this division, the Conservation Division, where the workload has just caused an evolution of the position away from its original intention. And what I mean specifically by that is the sheer number of regulatory applications, these so-called notice of intents for work that's being performed in the buffer areas for the wetlands resources have mushroomed so much that it is completely overwhelming the position. And some of the statistics just in the past year, there's 79 hearings, which each hearing is its own world in terms of the analysis and all of the inspections that they have to go through. And if you take a look in the memo, I think it's very instructive to see all of the different duties of the conservation administrator. And the ones that are highlighted are the ones that are going to be assisted by the new, and it's a part-time position that we're trying to get in there for 19 hours, which would be a non-benefited position, but to get someone that's got some professional abilities. But if you take a look at what's happened is that the conservation administrator's time is so overwhelmed with the regulatory piece, the thing of being, a team member for the town projects, doing the open space recreation plan, all of the land management duties, working with the stewardship and the volunteer education outreach, the climate resiliency, all of the professional conservation related duties have to fall by the wayside because in this department right now, there's just one full-time person and a part-time clerk. And as I say, if you have a low number of development pressure, or not much resources, then you can get by with that. But in our community where we have such everywhere these developable lots are all impacted by resource areas and there's so much pressure on it. And, I really feel poorly that it took us to a point where our conservation administrator just decided that there were other ideas and professional opportunities aside from the regulatory piece in the conservation world.
Yeah.
And, and it has sought to get that sort of an enrichment that really makes us stand up and notice that
Right.
these positions, if they're 100% regulatory, it's very, very difficult. And so what we want to do is recapture a lot of the other duties, and by having this professional assistance will help with the workload administering the regulatory point.
Right.
And Karen's made the proposal. I think she did a great job, and she also wrote the memo as well. So
Yeah, can I just say something? I'm in and out of the downstairs all the time, in and out of the conservation office and checking in with staff on other projects that I've been involved in. And I've never seen it busier. And it's been a long time. I have no trouble supporting this. Even just watching the Conservation Commission meetings, my God, you think our meetings are long. They're
Oh, I
going.
do.
Yeah, they are.
Actually.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You think our meetings are long. That's a very, very busy
Yeah.
board. There's a lot going on over there. So I'd also like to say something about Kelly too, because she's probably been one of our best staffers and one of our best employees. And it kind of breaks my heart to see someone who's just so talented, so dedicated to her work and to the town of Yarmouth be lured away by another very, very attractive opportunity. This has been our problem. And it's because I think as a town, in terms of when we develop our budget policy, we basically make it very clear, level service. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean there's level demand for service, all right? We say level service because we're very cognizant of the impact of services to the taxpayer. But for some departments and for some employees, at times it can get just simply overwhelming. And I think we all pretty much know that. And I think this is one case where it's gotten to a point where we have to take action. And so if there's more to me, the argument's very, very clear. I'm certainly one on the board that supports this completely. Like I said, I hate seeing a very talented, dedicated employee for the town of Yarmouth move on. All I can do is wish her well and hope that we can find ways to find someone close to her talent and her dedication that can come in and then find some way to backfill this with this other position. I'm assuming this is also going to require a town meeting action as well.
Correct.
Any other members want to say something or comment?
I was going to say,
Selectman?
I'll make a motion to recommend
Okay.
the filling of this position. I didn't mean to cut off anybody who wanted to speak.
No, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll put the motion up for discussion, all right? So do I have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, now more discussion. Selectman Post, do you want to?
No, I just, obviously this is part-time, so the benefits is, it is what it is. So it's not a long-term, we always try to avoid the whole long-term, not burden. I don't want to say that because none of our employees are a burden, but in terms of ownership.
Yeah.
of it,
We
so.
were, we were grateful that Bob, found room in the budget to fund this position.
Yeah.
Will it change your mind?
Selectman Stone?
I wish.
I'd ask.
Selectman
I remember a similar experience years ago. We kept trying to get some assistance for a recreation director. And year after year, we as on the commission came forward and explained the demands of the position, the complexity of it. And it was only after we lost a director that eventually we got some help. We got an assistant director. So I've been here before. I've seen it before. Conservation's a very, very busy department, not only the regulatory piece, but the field piece. I think there's a definite need there. And I commend everybody for recognizing that and supporting this position.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Who seconded?
I seconded it.
Okay. All right, we have a motion second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
All right, now the next item on our agenda, I'm going to take these up individually on the approval of minutes because some of them are pretty old.
Ah.
Are there any recommended edits or changes to the minutes of September 15th,
I'll move the
2020?
minutes.
So we have a motion to move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, and so 3 yeas and 1 abstain. Okay, the next one is for the year 2020 as well. This is September 24th. These are the executive session minutes.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I didn't see those. All right.
Okay,
so-
yeah,
They're in there.
yeah. And if we needed a few minutes here just to go over them, this is the discussion about,
Can I just ask a question about
Sure,
them?
sure.
I just found it peculiar that the actual discussion between 5:56 PM and 6:58 PM was left out. The conclusion was there, but there was no thought process behind that consideration, and maybe it's just me, but I thought it was just
No, I-
the discussion
Yeah.
that took place as to how we came up to that makes it seem much more abrupt than probably it needed to, but that's just my thought.
no, I hear what you're saying. I think it may be helpful to have at least something describing what took place
In the-
during that. Yeah. So, and I'm happy if you have some thoughts. I think we should hold these. I think Selectman Post makes a very good point that there may be some additional language we can work on going over notes maybe to help characterize the discussion among the board members in that intervening. I mean, it didn't arrive at any well,
It did.
yeah, it
Actually,
did. So we need to put something in there reflective of that. I would be happy to assist in that.
I think it has, I mean, it could be simple, but something.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Let's bring those back. I'm going to table those. Okay. Board okay with tabling the executive session minutes? I
I mean,
welcome.
Mike, do you think it's an issue?
You think it's an issue, Mike?
I think it'll be a good thing to table them.
Okay.
And take another look. Yes.
Take another look. What I would recommend is that if you have notes, recollections, or points that you think might be appropriate, no, I think I would forward them to the town administrator so that we're not in a deliberative mode,
Yeah.
but just send those notes, observations that you think should be reflected in there, and we'll bring them up when there's more information. All right, the next item is the September 29th, 2020. Does anyone have any edits for those minutes?
Move them.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, so 3 yeas and 1 abstention. Okay, the next,
Oh, wait, well, I was actually absent, but I'll vote for necessity.
thank you.
The rule of necessity.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah,
I
no,
like
that's right on
I
target.
haven't heard that one in a while.
In a while.
Well, you know, I don't want you to miss Jim.
Right.
There you go. Okay.
We had Norm tonight. When's Eric coming back?
I know, geez, I don't think you're gonna see that happen anytime soon. Yeah,
No, me
I think
either.
we all know him too well, right? Minutes of January 18th, 2022.
I actually remember this meeting. I'll move the minutes.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, carries 4-0. Okay, bingo. The upcoming agenda review. Mr. Rittenhour, do you want to go over what's planned for our next meeting?
Well, hopefully it'll be a little bit shorter of an agenda. Thank the board for hanging in there this evening. That was a very dense meeting. We have the public hearing for a secondhand dealer application, Simply Vintage,
Mhm.
and the second hearing for the demolition fees, seasonal liquor license renewals. And the key item is we're going to want to go through article by article
Yeah.
the town meeting and do the recommendations. And then also discuss any potential ballot questions.
Are we not having the petitioners in? We've always had the petitioners in.
So, yeah, I mean,
let's talk, do you want to talk about that for a second?
yeah, I assumed the petitioner was going to be invited in. And in the meantime, I'm going to be meeting with the petitioners to talk about the one ballot question that we have is the one about the radioactive waste being dumped in the bay.
Yeah.
And what, the board discussed with the petitioner at your last meeting, is there a potential for having differently worded language? So as you know, the Board of Selectmen is not compelled to place that question as written. So the question is there alternate language that potentially could have a stronger message rather than all of the, send a letter thing that the town's already done? That was what
Yeah,
you
the
discussed.
message could conceivably say, for example, do the voters of Yarmouth oppose?
So we had our legislative breakfast at the Cape
Yeah.
Island Selectmen
Yeah.
Council Association. I know Sue Moran has filed a few bills around this already. So I don't know, some of it may, I know they're working together with Holtec on it, but maybe a suggestion from her. But can you change it after the signatures are collected? I mean,
They
Well,
don't
here's
have
the
sufficient
situation.
enough signatures.
Right. Well, the way the
Meet the deadline.
process works
okay.
is that with 10 signatures, that places it in front of the Board of Selectmen for consideration.
Okay.
And the Board of Selectmen may elect to place
not
it,
on the ballot.
place it on or not place it on. And then if it's not placed on, then you have to get 10% of all the voters to sign
Well,
to place it.
Or,
I mean,
or
it's hard to justify all that it will take for the non-binding, it has no teeth. It has no teeth. I would love to see us, if we're gonna do something and invest money in printing ballots. Not that non-binding isn't helpful. I mean, we've sent that letter already.
right.
So.
No, you did all the work on it.
The question
Yeah.
is, what more can we do? If we're gonna have a ballot question, let's have a ballot question that has some teeth, that's gonna get us some traction on something.
Right, but I don't know that you can have a question on that topic that's not non-binding. I mean,
Right.
it's not directly under
Yeah.
So what's the purpose? Yeah, so I guess that's a
jurisdiction.
discussion.
Yeah, I
for-
guess the whole purpose was to, and this is what you brought up last time, is it possible to make a stronger statement, something that's more
Right,
clear
going-
and direct?
Right, going to your point, Selectman Post, and would it be better for the board, because we can draft the referendum question. We don't even have to have 10 signatures.
Correct.
We can draft the language, and the language could simply say to the voters of Yarmouth, oppose the dumping of nuclear waste, or that the discharge that's being proposed by Holtec. You can just make it clear, let people say they oppose it. Right? And encourage our town officials to continue to oppose any and all efforts, right? You could write it like that. That way, what we did in the past is consistent with it, and what we may do in the future as a board might be consistent with it. So that's another way to do it. Now, the question is would that group be supportive? I can't think why they wouldn't, but the board could decide, maybe bring them in, let them make their case,
Mhm.
maybe ask them the question.
I think that I would like to hear from them what they're trying to achieve from.
And ask them directly right up
Yeah.
front. We've already done this.
Right.
What are the other board members? Do you think it's valuable to invite them in?
Yeah, I think it's valuable to have them come in and talk and stuff. In terms of teeth, the Nuclear Regulatory Agency is the one that deals with this thing. So we really don't have a lot of oomph.
No, I think the legislators are working on something that at least generates some teeth. I think we all realize that
So I
they're,
think hers was related to fining them for dumping. So
yeah,
aside from, okay, so yeah, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission said that you can do this, but if there's a law in the state that says if you do that, you get fined for it. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's avenues that they're trying to.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, the Attorney General came out with a very strong statement, basically. Now, I know she has other career goals at the moment, but the point is she came out with a very strong statement indicating that based on her interpretation of the permits, they can't do it. All right. So state officials are already lining up in finding ways. All, I think, what I'm sensing is there may be some value in the board just giving the voters of Yarmouth the opportunity to just applaud and support those efforts to stop it.
Well, I'm in full agreement with that. And the stronger we can make our statement, the better. But, we can get shined on by the Nuclear Regulatory Agency.
I don't think anybody doesn't think that that's a possibility. We all know that.
Which would be a shame.
Right.
Right.
Right. But I think what's being suggested is having language a little bit more direct and a little bit more powerful.
I'm in total agreement with
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from the board is let's invite them in, invite the group in, can ask them directly the question about, what their intention is, since we've already done this. And you could ask them straight up front, whether or not they'd have an issue or objection to our putting on the ballot something a little bit stronger. You could have that conversation with them, and then after that, make a decision on what you want to do. How does that sound, Selectman Stone?
Good, I'm for that.
Okay, why don't we do that then? See if we can get them on the agenda for the upcoming meeting. Bob?
Okay, no, certainly, we have that on, and I'll contact them in the meantime and hopefully get them thinking on the topic so
Yeah,
we can
that would be great.
move it along. And we have a return of golf next meeting,
Okay.
hearing,
So you guys will be all set for that?
and we're going
They'll
to
be
try to
ready.
squeeze
They'll
in.
have all the stuff, all the questions that we asked the last 2 times, they'll be able to respond to.
Oh, it's going to be a resentment festival.
Okay,
You can be guaranteed.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry too.
All right, so are there any other agenda items that board members would like to make sure that we address, or are we set for now?
Well, I think putting on our upcoming agenda is, what we discussed tonight, doing a staffing analysis, staffing wage analysis. What did she call it? There was a word for it. What we've been talking about for a while. Benchmarking, yeah. That should be
Okay.
on, something upcoming to.
Do we want to invite, was it Stephanie that brought that up?
Yeah, Stephanie brought it up.
So do you want to invite her back to maybe kick that discussion? No, or not? No, you want us to?
That's I think a very preliminary, direction is it should be for staff for what you're trying to collect. Don't you think? I think at some point in time, we've talked about it every time we do union negotiations, every time we look at staff turnover, every time we look at housing costs, every time we talk about Kelly leaving.
So what would you like to have in the packet or for a presentation for that meeting?
Maybe some of the data that we've already had. I think it's just a preliminary discussion of what this board wants to do,
Okay.
how in depth they want to get. And, obviously it's a
Well, you might do,
road that we go down
okay,
that we already know the outcome of, right? We're below market to keep our people. So,
Oh, I
right?
see. Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you start to take in all the factors, I think we need to start looking at what other communities are doing. Pay, wages, benefits, the whole
Those kinds
package.
of comparisons.
Yeah. So, and I probably won't be here for that, but I'm just saying that I think that we've talked about it a lot, and I
Yeah.
think that it's something that this board should put on the radar.
Yeah, maybe the question could be phrased as, what would it take to do some kind of comparative analysis? Is there a municipal personnel association or any kind of municipal group that is actually collecting some information on salaries and wages and key positions so we can begin benchmarking
Yes.
where we are?
We can
Because I know we're
also
getting
do-
ready to town meeting
We
and,
can do
And not now.
a salary survey. I don't think we should try to do it before town meeting.
right,
Because I think that would give it short shrift and,
right.
and I can kind of give you an update. There's different levels of analysis that, we're talking about. First and foremost, there's the examination of the comparable, pay increases and benefit increases in the context of collective bargaining, which we have a lot of that data. That's what we do standard. Now,
Mhm.
when we recently negotiated the SEIU contract, which is our
Yeah.
largest administrative kind of unit, while we were able to, very amicably and successfully negotiate a successor contract, the issue was raised with respect to specific positions, the principal office assistant in the X department, or a dispatcher, these types of positions, as to what the labor market area around here has for those wages. And a lot of times, when you get the cost of living sort of comparisons, that's a next level salary survey. And so we made an agreement with the SEIU that from the town side, that we would conduct in our own labor market area, southeastern Massachusetts and Cape Cod, a salary survey that addresses some of the specific positions and compares. And I think that can be expanded to include, some positions in other units. And it can also include the one issue that we have the most difficulty with every time we work with labor is the health insurance, because I think more and more it's difficult to find another town that does 50-50. Everyone has migrated to higher levels. And so
That alone, I mean, I don't want to get into a whole thing tonight. It doesn't have to be before town meeting, but I think before this board starts to go back through, they should have a policy in place of what they're trying to achieve for the next set of negotiating rounds to try to.
No, I think your point's well taken. We should get ahead of the conversation as opposed to.
I think we have to
dealing
be
with it.
armed with what the need is.
Yeah.
And I think you're absolutely right. And I would say, you need to have a hypothesis, before you engage in a research study. And I honestly don't feel across the board completely that the level of wages are so less than competitive that it is an impediment to attracting candidates. I would say that the issue of the benefits is, goes a long way towards making people unhappy with their overall compensation package. But I would love to see the data and then be able to do those comparisons and find out just, because a lot of times people say, oh, well, I'm paid so low compared to everyone around. And when we do those targeted ones, well, as it turns out, no, it's sort of, we tend to be in the middle in the wages. Maybe you could say we should be higher, but we're not. We're like in the middle. Falmouth and Yarmouth are sort of the glimmer twins at the lower kind of
Right.
2/3. But
So you think as part of this analysis, we need to not just look at wages in key areas, but also the benefits package a little bit, and to sort of size up where we're at and maybe what adjustments might mean in terms of financing. Is that?
Yeah, no, because I know we've looked at PTO before. We've done some of that more sporadically, not really holistically, like at individual ones. And how years ago when the towns didn't have the money, they gave more paid time off, and we tried to get to some equity with the private sector on that. So we've been through some analysis, but good stuff.
Okay. So that's on your lap, and maybe there's a draft scope.
As is everything else.
Right. No, but I think what we'll be looking for from you, Bob, is sort of a scope and time frame. Just at least something that we can memorialize what this analysis should entail.
yeah, we've been sort of working on
Yeah,
getting something going
okay.
already. So I think that,
All right.
we could be able to get that rolling.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next item, individual items. Selectman Smith, do you have any individual items?
No, nothing at this time.
Selectman Post,
I'll pass.
Selectman Stone.
Yeah, I'd like to talk just for a couple of minutes about the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Some people think that is an event that is organized by the town, which of course it isn't, that CEDC gives them some funding, but There's a small group of people, believe it or not, that put that on. There's like 4 or 5 individuals, and they've already started meeting for next year. That's what it takes. They've already got a date for next year. They've already contacted all of the groups and bands and others that have participated in this. And I just think, you know, after COVID, when everybody was isolated and there wasn't much to do, and we've all kind of been housebound and not been able to get out and see our fellow citizens in the community, it was a great event. We got good weather, and Bob was come down from Falmouth, first time ever.
Treat, it was a treat.
Out of town administrator in the St. Patrick's Day Parade for Yarmouth. That was quite amazing. Tracy had her own event this year for obvious reasons, and it was just a great day. And their theme this year was scattered joy, and they certainly did that. I think these organizers and these participants and these volunteers in this parade did a lot to bring joy to the community and bring a lot of optimism to people after being not able to get out very much in the past 2 years. And I just think they deserve a lot of credit.
Maybe we should send him a letter of thanks.
I think we should bring them in.
Yep.
That was the point I was getting to, Tracy.
Oh, sorry.
I think we should individually recognize each of those 4 or 5 people, do a citation for them, bring them in and give them, I mean, these people work very hard, and their work isn't seen by others. And it's year round. I mean, you imagine thinking about the St. Patrick's Day in the middle of the summer, but that's what these people do.
I think it's a great idea.
So
yeah,
I wanted to give them the credit that they deserved.
Second.
So moved. There you go. A new agenda item. Right? That'll be great. Yeah. You know, if I could just add on to that.
We got to give Bob some kind of recognition for being the first out-of-town administrator for participating.
Well, I thought it was
Wouldn't
great.
miss it for the
Both you and your wife and Vaughn.
And Vaughn,
Yeah.
he's 6. He was in charge of the candy operation.
that's a big
I
job.
couldn't get a more perfect job for him.
Did
Yeah.
you ever know how important that job was before that day?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, it
You
was
run
huge.
out, you're a loser.
Total.
That's it.
Yeah.
Total.
You know, the thing that I heard the most from people in the parade was thank you. That's all I heard. And I think it goes a little bit to Mike's point that many people thought that the town had a lot to do in terms of organizing it.
Yeah.
So as I'm in my cart with candy, I had a ton of people thank me on behalf of the town. Just literally thank Yarmouth. And I just thank people back, because I thank them for being here in Yarmouth.
The other
Folks
thing,
are incredibly festive.
is, don't forget,
Yeah.
they did their little 6-month thing to keep it going last fall.
Yeah.
They did a parade then, and
True.
I was looking at the news, and Worcester had a parade, and they were saying like they had over 5,000 people bearing the cold. And I was talking to Desmond Keogh, who's the president of the committee, and I told him that, and he said, we had that many at the staging area. It's a huge event. It really is.
It was great. I just have a few items that I'd like to just mention. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of the board when I can extend condolences to Carl Von Hohn and his family for the passing of his father. A very sad development. I know Carl is a very, very valued employee in town, and I want to make that clear that we're all saddened by his loss. I'm also saddened by the fact that he announced his retirement, and he leaves some big shoes to fill. And I got that message. Thanks for passing that along. It's just really tough news to get, one after the other. So, I've already reached out to Carl, let him know that we're all thinking about him and his family, and hoping, that in terms of his future as he charts his next moves, that things go well and we can be supportive of him in his next steps. The other thing that I wanted to mention is and I didn't really realize this until after our meeting tonight, but I went through all of the documents, and I was impressed. I know we have issues for the capital budget, But on all the major documents relating to our finances, I saw Bill Scott's fingerprints over everything. Bill literally was on every document. I'm reading these documents and I'm saying, Bill's fingerprints are on all of this material. You've got the diff, you've got the capital budget presentation, the finance committee report, all the reports. So, Bill, I guess I know what you do in your free time. You're there providing an enormous amount of support and to all of these committees related to the financing. And the work itself was very quality. I know we have work to do, but I just wanted to commend you tonight for an outstanding job in helping us get prepared for this evening. It was incredible work, and I want to thank you for that. So that's my individual items. Next item is the consent agenda.
And we have two items on the consent agenda. There's the special entertainment license for the summer concert series by the Chamber of Commerce at Parkers River Beach. And we also have the acceptance of a donation of $3,000 in survey services for the Affordable Housing Trust, which,
Should I vote abstain from that if I already voted on that? or does-
no, it's not a personal conflict. You can still vote on it.
Okay, I didn't want to vote twice on the same thing.
Okay.
It's recommended.
So do
by
I have a
me.
motion to move the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion.
And a second is Mr. Smith.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. The next item, any updates from our administrator?
Yes, I have a couple of items. One of them's actually quite important, so bear with me for a second. First and foremost, I want to update the board. We have a few of our major seasonal procurements coming up that we're releasing. So all of this information will be coming back to you, but we're advertising for the beach concessions. We've got 2 beaches covered. One more beach that we're going to cover, and I've been working with Bill's had a really great idea as a backup. If we don't get a restaurant to go in there, we're going to be working with Cape Tech to try an apprenticeship program to potentially operate some beach concessions. And that's an idea that's not going away. So if we don't implement that this year, we're going to be working to develop that in future years, maybe in conjunction with the local restaurant. But that was one of the outgrowths from this year. And we're also having the RFP for the drive-in site for some summer events. Try it last year. I thought, it was nice to have the carnival there, but it would be nice to expand that a little bit, in ways that's in keeping with what folks want to see.
Is the carnival interested in coming back?
We hope so. Absolutely. That was a nice event.
Yeah.
Very nice event.
People liked it.
And then we're also releasing a new marketing RFP, and this would be in conjunction with the tourism revenue account for marketing. The Chamber of Commerce holds that current contract, and so we'll be looking to try to renew that. So that's all going out to bid this week, and so those will be important things for this spring. Now, also, let's see, we didn't mention on the 29th, we're going to try to bring in some recommendations for the wastewater design piece. We've been conducting interviews, and all of those interviews are televised. So we're going to have the links just like we did with the OPM, and then have the committee here to make some recommendations for next week. And the important item that I wanted to bring up, Mark had brought it up, and we need to talk about it just a little more. David Flynn discussed it, and it was the correspondence that's in your packet dated March 2, and it is with respect to the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District Committee's meeting of February 28, where they voted to establish, well, not establish, but fund the Capital Stabilization Fund by transferring in $2.5 million in from the excess and deficiency account. Now, I also included just, so we'd all be experts on the regional school process, a copy of the state regulations for regional school districts. So look for that in your packet. It's you can also find it online, 603 CMR 4100. And just a little bit on the process is that in a situation like this, it doesn't require a town meeting vote because it didn't increase any of the assessments, but it is subject to the potential. The appropriating authority has 45 days to, if you wanted to vote no on it. And in this case, be clear, the appropriating authority is the town meeting, so that the notice in the state regulations has to come to the Board of Selectmen within 14 days of their vote. And then there's 45 days allowed if the Board of Selectmen would like to try to have it voted down, to have a special town meeting, and then it would be brought in front of a special town meeting. Now, it does not require a vote. And so if town meeting doesn't meet and vote it down, it takes effect automatically. And, you know, I'm not intimating that you have any desire to vote it down, but I think it's important to know and be completely facile with the specific rules and regulations with respect to regional school financing, so that for this particular vote and any other subsequent votes, you know what the parameters of it are and what your authority is. And so bottom line is that if there was a feeling, you'd have to act real quick, because that 45 days is, I think, April 12, which the only thing I would add, I think it's a little bit odd that the school committee knows all this, and they would take a vote that the 45 days would expire like within 2 weeks of our charter established town meeting date. That's, maybe in the future, we can ask them, if they're going to take a vote like that, why not take it within 45 days of town meeting? So that way, if town meeting wanted to vote on it, that you wouldn't have to schedule a whole special town meeting.
Yeah, why would they force you to special? I mean, we should request that in the future, they do it when they submit their budget. So that way it can go on to town meeting with the budget.
Or even see later than the budget, because they sort of, I guess I spoke to them about it, David and stuff, and he indicated, and I believe him, that it was an inadvertent error on their part, that they voted the budget that night, and then so they voted that other issue as well, and I don't think maybe counted the 45 days, and if they were thinking about ease of the town and potentially voting it, they would have maybe voted the budget and then delayed the what is essentially an amendment to the current year budget. They could have delayed that to within 45 days of the town meeting, but instead they voted them both at the same time. And I don't think in this case it's an enormous issue, but I do point that out. And I think for the sake of communication, it's much better if you're going to amend your budget and there could be a potential town meeting vote, schedule it within the 45 days. But I wanted to bring it up because I felt that in the event that the board did elect to conduct a special town meeting to take this item up, I was not comfortable in holding this off until we had a chance to put it on the next agenda or anything like that. So
Well, I'm with Tracy. I like the idea of asking them next time to.
But I mean, we're not the authority, right? Town meeting is. And
I think I think what you suggested, tell me if I'm wrong, was making sure that they at least allow it to be considered by town meeting.
I think it should be considered by town meeting.
I'm with her.
But that's just me. I don't see a problem with this time, but I mean, I
In
don't
the
know.
future.
They're the ones who authorize it.
Well, Dennis could call a meeting, right?
Correct.
I don't personally have a problem with it. I think it's a good fund to have. I do worry about whether or not there's a difference between the E&D and the stabilization in terms of bonding, because now they're going to have a very low E&D number, and Ed probably could, or maybe you could speak to that. I don't know, but we've been there with very low E&D before, and I know that it affects the town's bonding. So does the stabilization play into that? I know you can't have more than a certain percentage of your budget in your E&D, so some of it probably does need to be moved, but I just worry about the balance and the thought process behind that number and if it affects us financially.
Ed's right here. Ed, does E and D affect, can you,
It's mainly on Dennis's and our rating. Their rating is dependent on what our rating.
So what they have for stabilization doesn't really affect us.
okay.
You know, it's a double-edged sword. It doesn't affect us in terms of the appraisal of our credit risk, where, you know, there's positives and negatives. The one positive is if they did have a stabilization fund, you know, we've got almost, what, 200,000 of capital from the school in this year's budget. Those small items that David was discussing, potentially those could be funded out of their own account and not put on in addition to our assessment. That's on the positive side. On the negative side, you know, the excess and deficiency account in most regional schools, a portion of that is used to stabilize the assessments. And in our case, you know, we have zero. And, you know, I'm not complaining about it with the budget going up only 1.3% this year. You know, we're not looking for additional excess and deficiency funds to be used for that purpose, but it's a standard practice to have at least a small portion of that. I know last year we were forced to have an override. And, you know, I felt like excess and deficiency funds could have been used to help, you know, forestall
The
that.
override that this is what happens. This is the frustrating part to me. We have an override. The taxpayers have to pay more money, right? And then they have more than the override left at the end of the year.
Way more. Oh, 2.9 million.
It gets lost.
So what are you recommending?
I'm
Sorry,
recommending no action at this point,
Okay.
but to
Okay.
communicate to the
Thank
school
you.
that in the future, that any amendments to their budget, you know, if it's possible, it may not be possible. If
Uh-huh.
it's possible, please schedule those within 45 days of our regularly scheduled town meetings.
Okay.
And we generally have.
So
one in
you're
the fall.
suggesting that we inform them of that, but not necessarily through a letter?
No, I think I'd like to send a letter over.
Well, that's, I think, where we were a moment ago.
Yeah, I
It's a
think,
letter.
you think you gotta have a record.
Yeah, I put it on the record. Get it on the record. If you could draft a letter for us to approve at our next meeting.
But I'm not advocating that we immediately call an emergency town meeting.
No, I think we all picked up on that.
I agree. This
Yeah.
is the first time.
Right.
It was an oversight, and I think we should just establish what our request is going forward.
Thank
All
you.
right, thanks for talking about it.
Okay. No, I think we're clear. Is there any other business before the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Two things. I was approached this evening and said, I do not have any authority to recommend anybody to any position because it's supposed to be done by the chair. And I said, well, I believe the chair has designated that I have authority to do that. So that may need to be
As the
in,
appointments chair,
Yeah.
that's the authority of the
well,
appointments chair.
that's the argument I made. And they said,
What was the position?
it's for the finance committee.
Oh, so that's a different
that's a
story.
different
That's by
story.
charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the finance committee is different. The finance committee is appointed by the chairman of the finance committee, the chairman of the board of selectmen,
And the town
and the
moderator.
town moderator.
Okay.
Collectively, the three of you have to do it.
That's an
together.
exception.
Okay. Okay.
And that's by charter.
Okay, fantastic. My other thing is, we've been advertising for positions on our website. Could we use something that has broader appeal, like maybe Facebook?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we get a.
It's weird that we
get
have
a-
all these positions open and people tell me they apply every day and don't get an interview. I don't understand this. I'm still perplexed about this.
I'm
Interesting.
I'm talking
Okay.
about appointments.
Well,
I know.
maybe we can work on that mystery after the meeting.
Sounds
Is there
good.
any other business?
No.
Okay, anybody else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll even second that.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Sign this. There was a-
I'm not gonna, no, I need more detail.